Chapter 3088. Hearing Ling Jueyun's voice. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and realized that he and Ling Jueyun had arrived above a mountain range. At the same time, a towering mountain appeared in front of him. This towering mountain sat among the other mountains, like a crane in a flock of chickens. Most importantly, at first glance, this towering mountain looked like a strong wolf sitting there. It raised its head, opened its mouth, and revealed its sharp fangs. It looked arrogantly at the sky, as if it was howling at the heavens. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could see that the figures in front of him and Ling Jueyun had all stepped on the air and landed on the peak of the mountain that looked like a giant wolf howling at the heavens. The peak of the mountain was also the head of the giant wolf. Although it didn't look big from afar, once closer, one could see that it was extremely spacious. Even if tens of thousands of people were to stand on it, there would be more than enough space to spare. "Let's go." Ling Jueyun called out to Duan Lingtian, then stepped on the air and landed on the peak of the mountain that looked like a giant wolf howling at the heavens. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian moved and followed Ling Jueyun, landing on the peak of the mountain with Ling Jueyun. The peak of the mountain was different from the weeds that grew on the mountainside. The ground was flat and smooth like a mirror, as if it had been cut by a knife. Of course, there were still many places that were littered with gravel. When Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun landed on the peak of the mountain, there were already thousands of people standing there. A small portion of them were originally in front of Duan Lingtian. As for the others, they had obviously arrived earlier. Whoosh! 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 After Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, a group of people, including Morong Xiao, who had been walking behind Duan Lingtian, also landed on the peak of the mountain. The number of people on the peak increased rapidly. Moreover, the number of people continued to increase as people continued to land on the peak of the mountain. "Brother, are you here for the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor as well?" A handsome young man standing near Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "I'm sure everyone here is here for the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor, right?" Duan Lingtian asked. "I think so." The young man smiled awkwardly before he asked, "Brother, where are you from?" "The spirit heaven." Duan Lingtian glanced at the young man before he asked, "What about you?" "I'm from the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, just like all of you who came from other Devata realms, I came here through a transporting formation as well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to make it here in time." The young man replied, "Brother, I'm Lin Fei Yang. What's your name?" The young man asked again. "Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian replied. Actually, he had already noticed the young man who called himself Lin Fei Yang when he first arrived. From the beginning until the end, he did not see the young man talking to anyone. He did not expect the young man to suddenly talk to him. This made him feel a little baffled. After all, there were at least 5 or 6 people who were closer to Lin Fei Yang than him. However, Lin Fei Yang did not speak to any of them. "Boy, there's a second form world, cleansing divine water in Lin Fei Yang's body. However, the second form world, cleansing divine water, must be something he was born with and hasn't awakened yet." The profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Lin Fei Yang's words. World cleansing divine water. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. The world cleansing divine water was one of the 5 divine elements. It was as famous as the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth in his body. Apart from the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth, he had also obtained the clear heavens divine wood. However, since the clear heavens divine wood was only in its first form, it did not possess any intelligence. Even so, it was close to his heart and resonated with the main branch of the divine tree of life in his heart. "What do you mean by born with it?" Duan Lingtian asked the profound divine metal. Born with it means the world-cleansing divine water was already in his body when he was still in his mother's womb. Based on my investigation, the world-cleansing divine water in his body hasn't awakened yet. The profound divine metal continued to say, however, even if it hasn't awakened yet, he's still affected by the world-cleansing divine water since he was born with it. He can vaguely sense the presence of the other 5 divine elements. For example, he must have taken the initiative to look for you because he can vaguely sense the presence of the 5 divine elements in your body. Perhaps he doesn't know what the 5 divine elements are, but he feels a sense of familiarity with you. The profound divine metal continued to explain. Me? I feel a sense of familiarity with him. After listening to the profound divine metal's explanation, Duan Lingtian's questions were answered. If that was really the case, then it would explain why Lin Feiyang didn't try to strike up a conversation with anyone else but him. If the world-cleansing divine water in his body is in its second form, why hasn't it awakened yet? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. The profound divine metal continued to explain. The 5 divine elements that are in their second form and above can choose a host. The riskiest method is to find an unborn child to host in. The child's body will change under the influence of the 5 divine elements. Through this, the child will be able to comprehend the law of water. The profound divine metal said, in addition, the world-cleansing divine water can help the fetus open more heavenly meridians. It can also help the fetus build the foundation to communicate with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. At the same time, because of the world-cleansing divine water, the child's comprehension of the law of water is heaven-defying. Given enough time, he'll definitely be able to comprehend all 9 profundities from the law of water. Apart from that, he'll be able to make rapid progress. The profound divine metal paused for a moment before it continued to say, naturally, there's a huge risk to the world-cleansing divine water in his body. If it's targeted by another world-cleansing divine water in his body while he's in his second form, it won't be able to resist at all. It can only be absorbed by the world-cleansing divine water and become its nutrients. After all, lodging in an embryo requires a lot of effort to cultivate the embryo. Under such circumstances, it will fall into a long slumber due to exhaustion, at least 100 years or even longer. However, based on the current situation, the world-cleansing divine water in this boy's body is quite lucky. Up until now, it hasn't encountered another world-cleansing divine water in the second form. Otherwise, it wouldn't have survived until now. It's a pity you don't have any world-cleansing divine water in your body. Otherwise, you can kill this boy and take his world-cleansing divine water. A hint of pity could be heard in the profound divine metal's voice when it reached the end of its sentence. It's a pity the world-cleansing divine water in his body hasn't awakened yet. Otherwise, you can persuade it to leave this boy and stay in your body. In that case, you'll have gathered all 5 divine elements. A hint of yearning could be heard in the profound divine metal's voice as it spoke. Lin Feiyang, upon hearing the profound divine metal's words, Duan Lingtian instinctively extended his divine consciousness and shrouded Lin Feiyang. Lin Feiyang was taken aback by this. Not even 100 years old. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he discovered Lin Feiyang's cultivation base was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, he was surprised to find out Lin Feiyang was not even 100 years old, just like him and Ling Jueyun. Lin Feiyang frowned slightly when he sensed Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness. However, his frown quickly disappeared. Clearly, he did not intend to argue with Duan Lingtian. You've comprehended the law of water? Duan Lingtian asked Lin Feiyang. He wanted to verify if the profound divine metal's words were true. If Lin Feiyang was really as the profound divine metal had said, and had a heaven-defying comprehension of the law of water, then the law he comprehended must be the law of water. It was unlikely that he comprehended any other law. How did you know? Lin Feiyang was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After all, he didn't recognize a single person here, nor had he fought or seen him fight before. It was basically impossible for anyone to guess that he had comprehended the laws of water out of thin air. How did you know I've comprehended the law of water when you probed me with your divine consciousness? Lin Feiyang looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. He could not figure out how Duan Lingtian could detect a person's comprehension of the law of water with his divine consciousness. Although you're not even 100 years old, you must have comprehended many profundities from the law of water, right? Duan Lingtian asked again as he looked at Lin Feiyang. When Lin Feiyang heard Duan Lingtian's words, he looked at Duan Lingtian in a completely different light. It was as though he had seen a ghost. He could not figure out how the purple-clad young man in front of him could accurately guess his secrets. You don't tell me you know me from before? Lin Feiyang looked at Duan Lingtian warily. Earlier, there were so many people present, but Duan Lingtian was the only one who gave him a sense of closeness. This was already baffling to him. However, now that Duan Lingtian had accurately guessed his secrets, Lin Feiyang was even more shocked and suspicious. Could it be that this purple-clothed young man knew him from before? Was that why he already knew about him? This is my first time in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Do you think I know you from before? Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile on his face. Then he looked away and stopped talking to Lin Feiyang. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered more and more people were arriving. Moreover, there were no less than 5,000 people in the surroundings. How many people did the reincarnated Celestial Emperor invite? Chapter 3089. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was shocked. The others were shocked as well. So many people. All of them are here for the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor? I don't know why others are here, but I'm here for the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor. Moreover, I purposely used the transportation formation in the Aurora Heaven to come to the Jade Emperor Heaven. I'm from the Aurora Heaven as well. I'm from the Spirit Overarching Heaven. I'm from the Clear Water Heaven. I'm from the Azure Profound Heaven. Although I'm from the Jade Emperor Heaven, I'm located very far away from Yen Mountain Mansion in the Fair Heaven territory. Unless I have a titled Celestial Emperor to bring me there, I can only use a transporting formation in the Devata realms. Many people chimed in and came to a shocking conclusion. They were from the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Aurora Heaven, the Spirit Overarching Heaven, the Clear Water Heaven, and the Azure Profound Heaven. As evening approached, there were more than 8,000 people standing on the mountain peak. Moreover, the number of people was still increasing at a rapid pace. It was as though they would never stop. At the same time, as everyone continued to communicate, they unanimously came to another conclusion. The oldest among them was not more than 200 years old. Most of them were peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestials who had comprehended at least 2 profundities from a law. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's not even 200 years old and has comprehended at least 2 profundities from a law. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but inwardly gasp when he heard this conclusion. He was certain there were only a handful of people in the profound nether mansion in the Spirit Overarching Heavens, Southern Heaven territory. My strength is actually not worth mentioning in this group of people, Murong Xiao thought to herself as she stood at the side. As a prodigy from the profound nether mansion's Murong clan, Murong Xiao had always been proud of herself. It was not until she met Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyin that she realized there was always someone better than her. And now, knowing that the weakest one among the 10,000 people here was like her, who had comprehended 2 kinds of power Upanishads at less than 200 years old, she was hit hard. She even thought that her achievement wasn't worth mentioning. It seems like I'm right. The reincarnated Celestial Emperor didn't only find powerful peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestials, but they're also talented peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestials. Ling Jueyun's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. As I've said, he must have a reason for doing this. Otherwise, he could have just found 10,000 peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestials with high innate talent and comprehension ability. That would have saved him a lot of trouble. It's not easy to gather 10,000 peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestials with monstrous innate talent and comprehension ability. It would take a lot of effort to find them even in the 5 Devata realms. I don't think he has no ulterior motive for spending so much effort to find 10,000 peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials. Perhaps it's just as I've guessed, he's looking for powerful peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials with monstrous innate talent and comprehension ability to increase the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, Ling Juyin said in one breath. Apart from that, I can't think of any other reason. If that's the case, it's a good thing for us. After all, with a 10% success rate, we might not be able to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit even if we survive. Duan Lingtian nodded. If the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit increases, we'll have a higher chance of obtaining the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. All right, Ling Jueyun nodded. His eyes shone brightly as he nodded. Time continued to pass by quietly. The sky was dyed red as the number of people on the mountain dwindled. Even then, there were still more than 10,000 people gathered on the mountain. Similar to Duan Lingtian and the others, the people who arrived later were from the spirit overarching heaven, the Jade Emperor heaven, the Aurora heaven, the Clear Water heaven, and the Green Profound heaven. Naturally, the people from the Jade Emperor heaven had come from afar through the transportation formations in the Jade Emperor heaven's fair heaven territory. None of them came from the vicinity of the Jade Emperor heaven. It was clear the person who had gathered the crowd did not send anyone from the vicinity. It was as though he had intentionally avoided this. Is it possible that the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor has an age restriction? A peak overarching heavenly supreme, celestial from the clear water, heaven, speculated. That should be the case. Otherwise, why would that person search for peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who aren't even 200 years old? It seems like the secret realm not only restricts one's cultivation base, but it also restricts one's age. Another peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the green profound heaven chimed in. More and more people joined in the discussion. They all agreed that this was the truth. Duan Lingtian, don't you think things aren't as simple as they seem? A voice transmission suddenly rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. The person who had spoken was none other than Lin Feiyang. That person spent so much effort to gather so many people from all over the world just to get us to enter the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor? If that's the case, there's no need for him to spend so much effort to gather so many people, right? Lin Feiyang asked skeptically. At this moment, Lin Feiyang no longer suspected that Duan Lingtian knew him and knew about him. Moreover, based on Duan Lingtian's indifferent attitude toward him, it was clear that Duan Lingtian did not have any ulterior motives toward him. Duan Lingtian looked at Lin Feiyang in surprise. He did not know how to respond to Lin Feiyang's question. At this moment, night had already fallen. At this time, the number of people on the mountain peak was maintained at around 11,000 people, and this number would not increase. Why isn't that person here yet? He invited us here, but he's not showing up? What's he up to? Is he going to stand us up? I don't think so. After all, he spent a lot of effort to gather us here. How could he possibly stand us up? Night had fallen, but the person who had invited them here had yet to show up. Many of them began to feel anxious. However, there were still many who remained calm and waited patiently. Have you thought about it? That person spent so much effort and spent so many celestial crystals to gather us here, just to compete with us for the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor? At this moment, a peak overarching heavenly supreme, celestial from the aurora heaven asked. Since his voice contained celestial origin energy, it drowned out the commotion in the surroundings. As soon as the peak overarching heavenly supreme, celestial finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. The people present only found out today that the person who had invited them here had invited more than 10,000 people with similar innate talent, comprehension ability, and strength as them. That's right. Initially, I thought he only invited a few people to explore the secret realm with him. I didn't expect him to find so many people. Who would believe that he didn't have any ulterior motives when he spent so much effort to gather us here? What is he trying to do? More and more people began to regain their senses. They were no longer obsessed with exploring the Celestial Emperor's secret realm. An ominous feeling rose in their hearts, and it grew stronger and stronger. No, I want to leave. I'm not going to the Celestial Emperor's secret realm anymore. A peak overarching heavenly supreme, celestial from the clear water, heaven, shouted with a fearful expression on his face. Then he rose into the air and flew away from the huge mountain at lightning speed. He was clearly planning to leave this place. Swoosh! Swoosh! Just as the peak overarching heavenly supreme, celestial from the clear water heaven, was about to leave, a translucent light shield appeared above the huge mountain peak. It shrouded the entire mountain peak before it spread to cover the entire mountain peak. Bang! The peak overarching heavenly supreme, celestial from the jade water heaven slammed into the translucent light shield, causing ripples to appear on the light shield. However, the light shield did not budge at all. The peak overarching heavenly supreme, celestial from the jade water heaven was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. His expression changed drastically as he muttered to himself, "It seems like I'm right. This is a conspiracy against us." The peak overarching heavenly supreme, celestial from the jade water heaven quickly took out his celestial weapon and attacked the light shield with all his might. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could only cause ripples on the light shield. The light shield sparkled under the moonlight, but it did not show any signs of breaking. This is bad. We're trapped. Damn it. We've been set up. We have to leave this place. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun, who remained motionless, the rest of the people on the giant mountain, including Lin Fei Yang and Murong Xiaoxiao, were horrified. They flew up into the air, trying to break through the light shield and escape. Many of them even crushed communication, celestial talismans, to inform others of what had happened. Swoosh! 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 Just as the group of people leaped into the air, wanting to break through the light barrier and leave, bursts of sounds like flowing water rang out. In the next moment, a shocking scene suddenly appeared before everyone. Chapter 3090. At this moment, the peak overarching heavenly supreme, celestial from the clear water heaven, who was attacking the light barrier, was suddenly shrouded by a blue energy that extended from the light barrier. It was as though he was shrouded by a pool of water. In the next moment, swoosh! 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 As the sound of flowing water rang in the air, the blue energy that shrouded the peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial from the clear water, heaven began to ripple. Boom! Rumble! A moment later, the horrified peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial from the clear water heaven was crushed into a puddle of blood by the azure energy. Then, the azure energy swept past him and turned him into a puddle of blood. After the blood water was annihilated, the azure blue energy suddenly swayed and completely dissipated into the air, as if it had never appeared. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the spatial ring, offensive celestial weapons and defensive celestial weapons of the peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial fell from the sky one after another. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat when they saw these items. What a terrifying formation! It's so powerful even though it envelopes the entire mountain. Many peak, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestials who knew about formations gasped. Upon seeing the death of the peak, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial from the clear water heaven, the other peak, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestials no longer dared to leave even though they wanted to. All of them stared at the translucent light barrier as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the translucent light shield gradually faded and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. Even though the translucent light barrier seemed to have disappeared, none of them dared to follow the example of the peak, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial from the clear water heaven. After all, they knew the formation was only a temporary concealment. If anyone tried to leave, they would trigger the formation again. This formation. Don't tell me the reincarnation of a celestial emperor can control it freely? Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Jiyun with a slight frown on his face. He sent a voice transmission to Ling Jiyun and said with a frown, if he left such a formation in the secret realm in his past life, how are we going to compete with him for the heaven, sacrificial, divine fruit? Duan Lingtian had no choice but to be wary of the energy that erupted from the formation earlier. Don't worry. Compared to Duan Lingtian's fear, Ling Jiyun appeared to be incomparably calm. That power just now relied more on the power that was engraved in the formation that he left behind in his previous life. Although the celestial origin energy has weakened a lot after the baptism of time, it is still comparable to the celestial origin energy of a celestial king. Moreover, with the profundity from the law of water that he had fused with his celestial origin energy in his past life, even if he has the celestial origin energy of a celestial king, it's still not weak. Moreover, with his current strength, he shouldn't be able to control the formation. If the peak, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial from the jade water, heaven, didn't attack the formation, he shouldn't have been attacked. That's just the automatic counterattack of the formation. Ling Jiyun came from an ancient clan in the world of divine offering. Although he was not an expert in formations, there was still a saying that went, one who has never eaten pork has seen a pig run. Since he was young, he had been influenced by his elders who were experts in formations. Naturally, he knew a lot about formations. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Moreover, if the secret realm he set up in his past life really restricts entry to celestial dukes, then even after he reincarnated, he won't be able to use his celestial origin energy that's stronger than a celestial duke in that secret realm. As for the profundities from the law he comprehended in his past life, he can only rely on his celestial origin energy from his past life. Now that he's reincarnated, he won't be able to use them at all. Ling Jiyun continued to say. Duan Lingtian nodded. If that was the case, the threat would be much smaller. Even so, he'll still be able to control some of the formations in the secret realm. It's just that he won't be able to control the formations he set up in his past life to attack us. For this reason, we can't be careless in the secret realm he set up in his past life. Ling Jiyun's expression turned grim as he said, if I'm not mistaken, the formations he'll be able to control in the secret realm must be illusory formations. As soon as Ling Jiyun's voice rang out, swoosh, swoosh, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, an azure blue energy suddenly appeared in the void above the giant peak. This azure blue energy turned into a beam of light in the blink of an eye, standing in the void. It was particularly eye-catching. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, a silhouette appeared within the azure light beam. The shadow quickly solidified and finally turned into a young man with a medium build. This young man was dressed in blue and had an ordinary appearance. He was the type that would not stand out in a crowd. However, his eyes were like limpid autumn water, giving people a gentle feeling. His eyes were perhaps the only thing that attracted people's attention. It's him. He's finally here. He's the one who lured me here. Many peak overarching heavenly supreme, celestials, narrowed their eyes when they saw the blue-clad young man. Their expressions darkened as well. These peak, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestials had seen the blue-clad young man before. The blue-clad young man was the one who had invited them here to explore the secret realm that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor. "It's him?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Ling Jueyun. He remembered Ling Jueyun had seen the person who had invited them here. "It's him." Ling Jueyun nodded. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the blue-clothed young man. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, Murong Xiaozhao's expression darkened as she looked at the blue-clad young man. She had also been lured here by the blue-clad young man. Based on the current situation, the blue-clad young man did not seem to have lured them here for the secret realm that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor. He must have other motives. "Hello, everyone. My name is Jianglan." The blue-clad young man smiled as he walked out of the blue beam of light. The beam of light shattered and disappeared as though it was never there. A transportation formation. When the blue-clad young man, Jianglan, appeared in the blue beam of light, Duan Lingtian had a hunch that Jianglan must have come here through a transportation formation. Now that the beam of light had disappeared, Duan Lingtian was even more certain of his suspicions. "Why did you lure us here?" A peak, overarching heavenly supreme, celestial from the aurora heavens stepped forward and glared at Jianglan with a grim expression on his face. "Didn't I tell you when I invited you here? I invited you here to explore the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor." Jianglan's smile remained unchanged. "Is it necessary to invite so many people to explore the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor?" Another peak, overarching heavenly supreme, celestial from the Qingxian heaven, asked in a deep voice. "HM?" Before Jianglan could respond to the peak, overarching heavenly supreme, celestial from Qingxiantian, he seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and looked at the sky in the distance. His eyes narrowed into slits as a sinister smile appeared on his face. At this moment, all the peak, overarching heavenly supreme, celestials on the mountain peak were looking at Jianglan. When Jianglan suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance, the peak, overarching heavenly supreme, celestials followed his gaze out of curiosity. Duan Lingtian also looked in the direction of Jianglan's gaze. However, when Duan Lingtian looked into the distance, he saw nothing but silence. He was puzzled. "What's Jianglan looking at?" Duan Lingtian's eyes widened as soon as this thought appeared in his mind. It was because in the distant sky, the originally complete expanse of white clouds and mist suddenly seemed to have been split apart by a dozen rapidly flashing saber lights, and then quickly dissipated, revealing the azure blue sky. Someone's here? Although Duan Lingtian did not see anything, it was not difficult for him to guess that someone was here. Based on the speed of the person, it was obvious that the person was not a peak, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial like them. No matter how strong a peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial was, Duan Lingtian was confident he could track the person's movements. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Just when everyone was attracted by the clouds and mist in the distant sky that dispersed, more than 10 ghostly figures appeared successively in the sky above the gigantic peak. Only when they appeared did Duan Lingtian and the others see them clearly. There were old men, old women, middle-aged men, beautiful women, and young men among the dozen ghostly figures. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After the first dozen ghostly figures appeared, more and more ghostly figures appeared. The number of ghostly figures continued to increase until there were more than 500 ghostly figures in the sky above the mountain peak. From the moment the first person appeared until the last person appeared, only a dozen breaths had passed. "You're Jianglan, right?" A young man dressed in brocade robes stepped out of the crowd and looked at Jianglan with a sneer on his face. "Now that my master is here, it's best if you tell me the truth. Why did you trick me into coming here? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard the young man's words. It seemed like one of the powerhouses who had just arrived was the young man's master. As for the remaining people, they were clearly the elders of peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestials. Not only did they come to the Jade Emperor Heaven's equal heaven territory, but they had also brought their elders with them. Your master? Looking at the young man in embroidered clothes who walked out of the crowd and shouted at him, the evil smile on Jiang Lan's face became even more intense. If I remember correctly. Chapter 3091. Upon hearing Jiang Lan's words, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Ling Jueyun. Ling Jueyun nodded. It was clear Jiang Lan had told Ling Jueyun the same thing as well. As for Ling Jueyun telling him about the immortal Emperor Mystic Realm, it was Jiang Lan who asked Ling Jueyun to pass on the message. That day you agreed to it, right? Not far away, Jiang Lan stood in the air and took a deep look at the young man in brocade. So what? The young man sneered. Although you're stronger than me, my master is here. What can you do to me? You're just a puny, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial. How dare you ask me, Yuan Zheng, to keep my promise? What a joke. It seems like you think I can't do anything to you, because your master is here? Jiang Lan took a deep look at the young man in brocade, Yuan Zheng. My master is an 8 trigrams celestial king. Do you really think you can do anything to me under the watch of an 8 trigrams celestial king? Yuan Zheng sneered. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Jiang Lan. This Yuan Zheng is going to be in trouble, Ling Jueyun said to Duan Lingtian in a voice that only Duan Lingtian could hear. Didn't you say that the formation contains his celestial origin energy from his past life and is no longer as strong as it used to be? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Even so, the formation isn't something a celestial lord can break. Don't forget that he was a celestial emperor in his past life, Ling Jueyun said. As soon as Ling Jueyun finished speaking, Jiang Lan raised his head and looked at the hundreds of people in the sky. He pointed at the brocade-robed young man and asked calmly, "Who's his master?" Humph. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, a middle-aged man dressed in a loose robe stepped forward. He snorted and looked at Jiang Lan mockingly. What? Brat, are you really going to attack my disciple in front of me? 8 trigrams, immortal king. When the middle-aged man stepped forward, the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention to him. Earlier, Yuan Zheng had said that his master was the 8 trigrams celestial king. This middle-aged man was Yuan Zheng's master. I didn't think that so many people would go back on their word and bring their elders here. If I had known earlier, I would have told my teacher about this matter and asked him to come with me. It seems that sometimes it's useless to keep promises. Now, if the elders were here, why would we be in such a passive situation? So many people have brought their elders here. I only hope that this time we can borrow their strength to leave this place. Many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials whispered among themselves. They regretted not keeping their promise to Jiang Lan and not bringing their elders along. That's exactly my intention. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the corners of Jiang Lan's mouth curled up into a cold smile as he stared at him. His eyes narrowed as killing intent flashed across them. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he had already made his move. Whoosh! Voila! The sound of rushing water could be heard. An azure light surged around Jiang Lan's body, wrapping around his body like flowing water. It brought him quickly and rushed towards Yuan Zheng. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that no one could react in time. You're seeking death. By the time Yuan Zheng's master, the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes, was the first to react, Jiang Lan had already arrived in front of Yuan Zheng. His fist whistled through the air, carrying with it an azure energy that was like a roaring water dragon. As soon as the water dragon appeared, Yuan Zheng regained his senses. He hastily activated his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Bursts of earthy yellow light shrouded the silhouette of a suit of armor that had appeared on his body. Clearly, Yuan Zheng had comprehended the law of earth. When Yuan Zheng's attack landed on the armor shadow, the yellow light around the armor shadow condensed into many talisman-like objects. These talisman-like objects were completely condensed from the yellow light, and they revolved around the armor shadow. Tens of thousands of talismans surrounded the silhouette of the armor, forming a peculiar combination. It felt like a defensive formation. At this moment, the silhouette of the armor that was surrounded by the talismans seemed invincible. It's the defense profundity from the law of earth. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted when he saw the profundity from the law of earth that Yuan Zheng had hurriedly cast. The defense profundity was one of the main defensive profundities from the law of earth. In terms of defense, it was not inferior to the crystal wall profundity, the other main defensive profundity from the law of earth. Moreover, it was more flexible. It was as though a defensive formation had formed around one's body. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as Zhang Lan's attack landed on the silhouette of the armor that had appeared on Yuan Zheng's body. The impact caused the tens of thousands of earthy yellow talismans around the silhouette of the armor to tremble. However, while the water dragon was weakened, the tens of thousands of talismans around the silhouette of the armor were not destroyed. No matter how brilliant your combat skills are, it's useless if you can't break through my defense. Last time, when we sparred, even though I didn't have the ability to retaliate, you weren't able to break through my defense either. Yuan Zheng, who was protected by the silhouette of the armor, looked at Zhang Lan with a mocking smile. What? Could it be that you think you can break through my defense this time? What a joke! When he saw this, the luxuriously dressed middle-aged man who was about to make a move in the sky did not make a move in the end. He was very confident in his personal disciple's defenses. Zhang Lan was like his personal disciple who had only comprehended 2 profundities from the same law. Even if Zhang Lan had comprehended 3 profundities, he would only be able to injure his disciple for a short period of time. It was impossible for him to kill his disciple in a short period of time. What a strong defense! So this is the defense profundity from the law of earth? The defense profundity is the main defensive profundity from the law of earth. With Yuan Zheng's cultivation base and his defensive king-grade celestial weapon, he can cast the earth elemental profundity and the defense profundity. Even a person who has comprehended 3 profundities from a law won't be able to kill him in a short time with a king-grade celestial weapon. I've fought with Zhang Lan before. He has only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water. I've also fought with him before. Indeed, he has only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water. If that's the case, he won't be able to break through Yuan Zheng's defenses, let alone kill him. Many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials discussed among themselves. They were amazed by the strength of Yuan Zheng's defenses. At the same time, they mentioned that Zhang Lan had only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water. 2 profundities from the law of water? A small group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials frowned as they looked at Zhang Lan. Didn't Zhang Lan comprehend 3 profundities from the law of water? A moment later, they had another guess. It seems like Zhang Lan had hidden his strength when he fought with them. These peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who knew Zhang Lan had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of water were all peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with monstrous comprehension abilities. They were not even 200 years old, but they had already comprehended 3 profundities from a law. They had sparred with Zhang Lan before, so they knew Zhang Lan had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of water. Of course, without exception, they were all defeated by Zhang Lan. Do you really think this is all I've got? Just as everyone's attention was on Zhang Lan and Yuan Zheng was looking at Zhang Lan with disdain, Zhang Lan's expression was still calm. He took a deep look at Yuan Zhang, and the evil smile on his face became even more brilliant. Upon hearing Jiang Lan's words, many people's hearts skipped a beat. Could it be that Jiang Lan was concealing his strength? Humph, you're just bluffing, Yuan Zhang snorted. His tone was full of disdain, but at the same time he became even more vigilant. The yellow talismans around the shadow armor on his body moved faster and faster, protecting his entire body as if they were airtight. Swoosh! A willow leaf saber appeared in Jiang Lan's hand out of thin air. With a light swing of the willow leaf saber, it swept through the void, bringing with it an azure energy that shot straight towards Yuan Zhang. Swoosh! The roaring azure energy once again transformed into a water dragon. Buzz! 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 As the water dragon shot out, Jiang Lan's lancet moved swiftly. In just a blink of an eye, Jiang Lan had left more than 100 slashes on the water dragon's body. After being slashed more than 100 times, the water dragon turned into hundreds of water splashes in the air. Water splashed everywhere. In the next moment, the water droplets condensed into water droplets in the air. Following that, the countless water droplets rained down on Yuan Zhang like a torrential storm. When the countless water droplets rushed towards Yuan Zhang like a storm, the lancet was covered with a layer of blue light. It caught up with the water droplets behind the water droplets and cut through them one by one. Moreover, every cut of the blade cut the water droplets into two. Whoosh! 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 In the process of the lancet cutting the water droplets, the azure light on it grew even more intense. In the end, it was as if this resplendent saber was the only thing left in the world. The saber force was formed, intimidating all directions. Stop! Just as Jiang Lan's saber force had completely condensed and the stunning saber slashed toward Yuan Zhang, giving off the feeling that this saber strike could easily kill Yuan Zhang. Yuan Zhang's master, the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes, finally made his move after shouting, "Boom! Boom! 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 Boom!" The 8 trigrams Immortal King attacked like a bolt of lightning. However, in midair, he was blocked by the array formation that appeared again. The translucent light barrier was as solid as a rock. Even the 8 trigrams Immortal King was unable to break it. This array formation. What kind of array formation is this? Chapter 3092. When Yuan Zhang's master made his move, Jiang Lan's saber had already arrived in front of Yuan Zhang. Whiz! The saber seemed to be able to tear the void apart as it emitted a dazzling blue light. However, when the saber came into contact with Yuan Zhang's armor, it seemed to have transformed into the Grim Reaper's scythe as it sliced through the armor. At this moment, the talismans that were entwined around the shadow of the armor were directly cut into pieces as if they were made of paper. No. Yuan Zhang, who had been brimming with confidence, cried out in despair as soon as his defenses were destroyed. It was a heart-wrenching cry that was filled with despair. The peak overarching Heavenly Supreme, Celestials felt their scalps go numb when they heard it. Spurt! A soft sound rang in the air as Yuan Zhang's body was sliced into two. The dazzling saber had killed Yuan Zhang in just a blink of an eye. Gasp! 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 Gasps rang in the air as the peak overarching, Heavenly Supreme, Celestials turned to look at Jiang Lan as though they had seen a ghost. Barf! Meanwhile, the luxuriously dressed middle-aged man, Yuan Zhang's master, who was attacking the formation that shrouded the huge mountain, was severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. His body swayed unsteadily as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Who are you?" The luxuriously dressed, middle-aged man trembled as he looked down at Jiang Lan with a fearful expression on his pale face. If he still could not tell Jiang Lan was not a simple person, he would have lived in vain for so many years. When Jianglan killed his direct disciple, he had cast 4 profundities from the law of water, including the water elemental profundity, the fundamental profundity of the law of water. Jianglan, he's not even 100 years old. Just as the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes was looking at Jianglan with a solemn expression, the gaze of an old man not far from him that was looking down at Jianglan suddenly froze, and he could not help but let out a cry of surprise. Not even 100 years old. Hearing the old man's words, the 500-plus experts in the air, including the middle-aged man, all extended their divine senses. Only now did they realize that as long as their divine sense did not contain any offensive power, they could still easily pass through the formation that enveloped the giant peak. When their divine senses landed on Jianglan's body, it was not difficult to detect that Jianglan was not even 100 years old. As expected, he is not even 100 years old. He's not even 100 years old. But he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme, celestial, who has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. No matter how high a celestial's innate talent is, one would need to join a top force in a Devata realm to be able to reach such a level at such a young age, right? This Jianglan should be a reincarnated immortal. When the elders brought by the peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestials looked at Jianglan again, they began to discuss among themselves. Many of them were certain Jianglan was a reincarnated celestial. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such achievements at such a young age. In their opinion, it was possible that Jianglan was from a top force in a Devata realm. However, they felt it was less likely that Jianglan was a reincarnated celestial. After all, if Jianglan was from a top force in a Devata realm, he would be a prodigy of that force. There was no need for him to protect himself in such a manner. The formation that enveloped the giant peak was, without a doubt, Jianglan's protection. Even an 8 trigrams celestial king was severely injured by the formation. Jianglan hid his strength when we sparred. At that time, he only used 2 profundities from the law of water. However, the elders said he has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. A peak overarching heavenly supreme, celestial who was standing on the giant peak, looked at Jianglan in shock and disbelief. He hid his strength when we sparred. At that time, I was shocked that he managed to comprehend 2 profundities from the law of water, even though he's not even 100 years old. It seems like I've underestimated him. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water, even though he's not even 100 years old. Before today, I've never heard of anyone who could achieve this at such a young age. It seems like Jianglan is really a reincarnated celestial. When the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials looked at Jianglan again, their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. They did not expect Jianglan to have such a monstrous innate talent and comprehension ability. Originally, I thought I was already considered a genius for comprehending 3 profundities from the law of metal before the age of 200. But now, in front of Jianglan, my little bit of comprehension is not even worth mentioning. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of metal said mockingly, Jianglan has the most monstrous innate talent and comprehension ability I've ever seen in my life. Since he's able to achieve this at such a young age, he must have been an extraordinary celestial in his past life. Was he a celestial lord in his past life? Or was he a celestial emperor? Celestial emperor? That's impossible. After witnessing Jianglan's strength, the group of overarching heavenly supreme celestials on the mountain peak became even more fearful of him. I didn't expect Jianglan to have comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. Duan Lingtian sighed. It's normal. After all, he's the reincarnation of a celestial emperor. He must have comprehended the law of water in his past life as well. Since he has comprehended the law of water in this life, he must be like a fish in water with his memories and experience from his past life. Ling Jueyun said, Is there anyone else who has broken their promise and brought their seniors here? Jianglan said as he looked at the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, including Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun, with a sinister smile on his face. However, no one responded to his question. What a joke! If anyone dared to speak up at this moment, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Everyone, I can't break the formation on my own. However, if we join forces, we might be able to break it. The middle-aged man in luxurious clothes stood high up in the sky. His gaze swept across the group of people beside him, and his expression was slightly ferocious. Now, my disciple has already been killed. This person definitely doesn't have good intentions for gathering your juniors here. Could it be that you're willing to just watch your juniors fall into a calamity? Although the middle-aged man's disciple was dead, he had no intention of letting the matter rest. He wanted to borrow the strength of the other powerhouses to break the formation and kill Jianglan. As soon as the middle-aged man in luxurious robes spoke, the eyes of the 500 powerhouses lit up. Although there were no celestial lords among the 500 powerhouses, all of them were celestial kings. Some of them were even 9 palaces, celestial kings. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard the middle-aged man's words. If these powerhouses joined forces to break the formation that enveloped the mountain peak might not be able to withstand their attacks. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian instinctively turned to look at Jianglan. It's too late for you to think of this now. I'll take your juniors with me. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian looked at Jianglan glanced at the finely dressed middle-aged man indifferently and smirked coldly. He raised his hand that was not holding the saber and made a series of hand seals in the air. It looked very mysterious and unpredictable. This is bad. Everyone, let's attack together. High up in the sky, when the group of immortal kings saw Jianglan's actions, they could tell that Jianglan was controlling the array formation. Moreover, from Jianglan's words, it was not difficult to guess that he was controlling the teleportation array formation. Instantly, the expressions of the group of experts changed. At the next moment, a 5-colored energy gushed forth from the 500-plus immortal kings, incomparably vast, enveloping the mountain peak, as though it could destroy everything. Boom! 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 Just as the formation that enveloped the mountain peak appeared again, a white light shone from the top of the mountain peak and shrouded all the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, including Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the transportation formation at the top of the mountain peak, will definitely send us to the place Jianglan set up in his past life. Once we're there, we'll have to face all kinds of illusory formations. If you ask Sister Huang for help, it won't be difficult for her to see through those formations. At this moment, Ling Juyun's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next moment, the group of peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestials on the mountain peak disappeared as the white light faded away. Only one figure remained on the mountain peak. It was none other than Jianglan who had activated the transportation formation earlier. At this moment, cracks could be seen on the translucent light shield above the mountain peak. It was clear it could not hold on for much longer. Before the formation that enveloped the mountain peak was about to be destroyed, Jianglan glanced at the group of celestial kings who had attacked him and said arrogantly, "If it weren't for the fact that the formation I set up in my past life has weakened over the past 100 years, you puny celestial kings wouldn't have been able to destroy it even if you joined forces. However, I still have to thank all of you for nurturing such an outstanding group of juniors, with them sacrificing themselves to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. I'll have a higher chance of obtaining the heaven sacrificial divine fruit." Ha 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 ha! Jianglan's figure gradually faded away as he laughed. Then, just like the group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, Duan Lingtian disappeared from sight as well. As soon as Jianglan's figure disappeared, The formation that enveloped the mountain peak was finally destroyed by the joint forces of more than 500 celestial kings. However, even though they'd broken through the formation, the expressions of the group of celestial kings were extremely unsightly. Besides that, their eyes revealed waves of shock and terror. That formation was set up by Jianglan in his past life. Moreover, the formation was not maintained even after 100 years. Chapter 3093. It was common knowledge that a formation located in an unsealed space would gradually weaken with the passage of time. This was the case regardless of whether it relied on the celestial origin energy or celestial crystals. The celestial origin energy of a formation set up in the outside world would gradually deplete as time passed. This was because there would be living beings that would trigger the formation and deplete the celestial origin energy contained in the formation. It was the same for a formation set up in the outside world that relied on celestial crystals. For this reason, the group of celestial kings was shocked when they learned that the formation they had destroyed was set up by Jianglan in his past life. What did it mean to be 100 years old? A formation set up 100 years ago is still so powerful today. How many celestial crystals would be needed to set it up? Although I'm not an expert in formations, I know a thing or two about formations. The formation we destroyed earlier wasn't set up with celestial crystals at all. Instead, it was set up with materials that could contain celestial origin energy. A formation set up with celestial origin energy without any maintenance, even after 100 years. How strong is the person who set up the formation? Even if it's a formation set up by a 10 directions celestial lord with all his might, it's impossible for it to be so powerful after 100 years. In other words, Jianglan was most likely a celestial emperor in his past life. After extending their divine senses, they were unable to find any traces of Jianglan and their juniors. The group of immortal kings discussed animatedly, and they unanimously came to a conclusion. Jianglan was a celestial emperor in his past life. A celestial emperor. To the celestial kings present on the scene, celestial emperors were legendary existences. After all, the strongest celestial lords they had ever encountered were only celestial lords. Moreover, they were not even celestial lords. It makes sense if Jianglan was a celestial emperor in his past life. Only a celestial emperor would be able to set up such a formation. Didn't Jianglan mention the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit earlier? Do you know what the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit is? I've never heard of it. What's that? After confirming that Jianglan was a celestial emperor in his past life, the group of celestial kings recalled the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that Jianglan had mentioned earlier. Moreover, Jianglan had gone to great lengths to set up the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit for their juniors to be sacrificed. Alas, they knew nothing about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Naturally, not all of these celestial kings knew about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, were unaware of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Some who had heard of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had heard the heaven sacrificial divine fruit earlier, had a heaven sacrificial divine fruit, was a fruit Jianglan, was a celestial emperor in his past life. Their juniors was a celestial realm fruit, had their juniors past heaven Jiang, past heaven, past their juniors, they were descendants celestial al past, where they were their juniors, they past heaven was a past heaven past their past heaven was a there had past heavens, there was there was were be were they were. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit is a heaven-defying celestial fruit in the Devata realms. An immortal king who knew about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was the first to regain his senses. When he heard the group of immortal kings asking about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he explained with an unsightly expression. He explained, only celestial dukes and below can consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Once consumed, one's cultivation base will be raised by an entire realm. Generally speaking, it's best for peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials to consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After all, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial will become a 10 directions celestial duke who's very close to becoming a one basic celestial king. Upon hearing the celestial king's words, the celestial kings who had never heard of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit were stunned. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit could raise one's cultivation base by one stage. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial would become a 10 directions celestial duke after consuming it? Heavens! How can such a heaven-defying celestial fruit exist in this world? If that's true, it's no wonder the heaven sacrificial divine fruit is called a divine fruit. What else could it be if it's not a divine fruit? Although it can only be consumed by celestial dukes and below, it doesn't affect its heaven-defying effects at all. This is my first time hearing of such a heaven-defying treasure. Generally speaking, the more effective a celestial fruit is, the harder it is to bear fruit. I'm afraid it's almost impossible to bear fruit with such a heaven-defying celestial fruit. The group of celestial kings turned to look at the celestial king who knew about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, eager to learn more about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Earlier, all of you heard Jianglan say that he wants our juniors to sacrifice the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Facing the curious gazes of the group of immortal kings, the immortal king continued, "In order for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to bear fruit, 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials will have to be sacrificed. Once 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials die in front of the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, their bodies and souls will be absorbed by the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit." The celestial king's expression was unsightly when he spoke. His direct disciple had also been taken away by Jianglan. Based on the current situation, it was almost certain that his direct disciple would die. What? 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Isn't that a little too much? Isn't the price too high? How can Jianglan be so heartless? That's 10,000 lives we're talking about. When they heard the words of that immortal king expert, the group of immortal kings all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their expressions changed drastically as they realized that their juniors would definitely die. At the same time, they couldn't help but curse Jianglan for being crazy. Even so, the success rate of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit is only 10%. At this moment, another celestial king who was familiar with the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit said in a low voice, "In other words, Jianglan is willing to sacrifice 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials for the sake of a mere 10% success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit." Upon hearing the celestial king's words, the celestial kings present on the scene gasped again. 10% success rate? The deaths of 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials would still cause the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to bear fruit? Under such circumstances, the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was only 10%? Heartless, heartless. Isn't Jianglan afraid of being punished by the heavens? To think that he was a celestial emperor in his past life. How can he be so heartless? I curse him to be killed before he can become a celestial king in this life. It seems like Jianglan is a celestial emperor. Generally speaking, those who set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit are all celestial emperors. Moreover, they set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit so that they can take a shortcut without any side effects after they reincarnate. Does that mean my disciple is doomed to die this time? At this moment, the expressions of the celestial kings were as unsightly as they could be. The only person who seemed to be in a better mood was Yuan Zheng's master, an 8 trigrams celestial king, who had been killed by Jianglan earlier. When his disciple Yuan Zheng was killed, he was furious. But now, when he found out that the juniors of the immortal kings present were taken away by Jianglan and were destined to die, he couldn't help but feel a little more balanced in his heart. Chi, 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 chi. Immortal message talismans were sent out from the hands of the immortal kings. Without exception, all of them were immortal kings from the Jade Emperor Heaven. They had crushed the communication celestial talismans to inform the leaders of their respective forces about the reincarnated celestial emperor who had set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Moreover, the reincarnated celestial emperor had tricked the outstanding disciples of their respective forces into entering the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Gradually, more and more people learned about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's plot in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Since communication celestial talismans could not be used across Devata realms, the people from the other Devata realms could only spread the news after they had returned to their respective Devata realms. None of the 500 celestial kings bothered to look for their juniors. After all, they knew it was impossible for them to find their juniors. The plot in the heaven sacrificial divine fruits plot had to be a secret realm created by a celestial emperor. Even celestial lords would not be able to find it, let alone them. As the news spread, the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Spirit Overarching Heaven, the Clear Water Heaven, the Azure Profound Heaven, and the Aurora Heaven were shocked by the news of Jianglan, a reincarnated celestial emperor, obtaining the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. 10% success rate. Will Jianglan be able to make the heaven sacrificial divine fruit bear fruit? I don't think so. Generally speaking, those who set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruits plot in the history of the Devata realms are all bold and daring. If Jianglan successfully makes the heaven sacrificial divine fruit bear fruit and consumes it, he'll definitely become a peerless figure in the future. Isn't such an action a little too deranged? Only the fittest will survive. This is how cruel heaven and earth are. Many people from the 5 Devata realms were paying attention to Jianglan's plot in the heaven sacrificial divine fruits plot. However, they knew they would not know if Jianglan would be able to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in the future. The only thing they were certain of was that those who were tricked by Jianglan into sacrificing the heaven sacrificial divine fruit were doomed to die. Chapter 3094. Is this the place where Jianglan set up his trap in his previous life? When light returned to his eyes, Duan Lingtian found himself in a cave abode that was not very spacious. The cave abode was surrounded by stone walls. There were no doors or passageways. It was a completely sealed place. Huang. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian contacted Huang, the artifact soul of the Devata artifact in his body. Earlier, Ling Juyin told me you can help me see through the illusory formation. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian's voice resonated in his body, Huang did not even have the time to respond. Before Huang could respond, the Chaos Divine Earth said in its childish voice, "Lad, why do you need Huang's help to see through this illusory formation? I can easily see through it for you." A hint of pride could be heard in the Chaos Divine Earth's voice when it spoke. "You have such an ability?" Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. Of course. While Duan Lingtian was taken aback, the Chaos Divine Earth became even more smug. Its childish voice rose a few octaves. Humph. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to identify the profound divine metal's voice as well. At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a surge of energy from the profound divine metal in his body. It surged toward his eyes and covered the surface of his eyes. Instantly, a layer of golden light appeared on the surface of Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was as though he had fiery golden eyes. The golden light only lasted for a moment before it merged with Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was as though it had never appeared. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian discovered that the scenery in front of him had changed drastically. he found himself in a huge cave abode. There was a floating island in the middle of the cave abode with a towering tree planted on it. This towering tree was different from an ordinary tree. Its entire body was blood red in color. Not only was its trunk and branches a blood red color, even its leaves were blood red in color. Moreover, there seemed to be many blood-colored, lightning-like blood gang entwining around its trunk. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that the peak overarching Heavenly Supreme, celestials who were at the peak of the mountain had all appeared. The figures of Ling Jueyun, Murong Xiao Xiao, and Lin Feiyang soon entered his sight. Apart from Ling Jueyun, who remained motionless and didn't look around, everyone else was looking around as if they couldn't see the people around them. It would appear that each and every one of them has fallen into an individual illusion. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see this. Before the profound divine metal struck, he had appeared in a cave dwelling that was not very spacious. In that cave, there was no one else besides him. It was obviously an illusion that belonged to him alone. Profound divine metal, why are you trying to ruin my plan? The chaos divine Earth's voice sounded slightly exasperated. It was obvious that it was not the profound divine metal. Earlier, it had been feeling smug that Duan Lingtian had seen through the illusory formation. However, before it could do anything, the profound divine metal had taken the initiative to strike first. It's just a small trick. I can't believe you dilly-dally for so long. I can't stand it anymore. Stop it, the profound divine metal said indifferently. Chaos divine Earth, it seems like you're not the only one who can see through the illusory formation. Senior profound divine metal can do the same as well. Perhaps Senior chaos divine flame can do the same as well? Duan Lingtian said to the chaos divine Earth with a laugh. This time, the chaos divine Earth did not respond to Duan Lingtian. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that the chaos divine Earth must be feeling frustrated that the profound divine metal had ruined its chance to show off. After spending some time with the 5 divine elements, Duan Lingtian began to have a better understanding of the personalities of the 3 divine elements who had gained sentience. Among them, the chaos divine flame was more mature, like an experienced elder. The profound divine metal, on the other hand, was more mature. It would occasionally toy with the chaos divine Earth. As for the chaos divine Earth, it was more like a child. Although it was not inferior to the profound divine metal or the chaos divine flame, it was not as mature as the 2 divine elements. Duan Lingtian, don't act rashly. Don't reveal that you've seen through the illusory formation. If someone attacks you, you must retaliate and kill them. Of course, if you have a royal-grade celestial weapon, feel free to use it. Ling Jueyun's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. However, don't use a celestial weapon that's at the emperor grade or above. Otherwise, Jianglan will be wary of you. Once he's wary, it'll be difficult for us to snatch the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from him. Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian knew that Ling Jueyun must have seen through the illusory formation with the help of his divine weapon soul. As soon as Ling Jueyun finished speaking, whoosh! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he heard the sound of wind whistling in the air. A young man in blue appeared in front of him and attacked him directly. Thunder and lightning raged, interweaving into a thunder net to envelop him. The law of thunder, based on the blue-clad young man's technique. Duan Lingtian could tell the blue-clad young man had comprehended the law of thunder. Boom! Boom! The profundity from the law of thunder was combined with his celestial origin energy. With the help of a king-grade celestial weapon, the profundity from the law of thunder shot out in a deafening manner. Duan Lingtian carefully looked into the eyes of the blue-clothed young man and noticed that the blue-clothed young man was staring at him with a cold light. It was as if the blue-clothed young man was his prey and would not stop until he killed Duan Lingtian. He has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of thunder, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes in the face of the young man's ferocious attack. He raised his hand, and a ring with 9 water chestnuts appeared in his hand. Then he cast 2 profundities from the law of fire, the fire elemental profundity and the pillaging profundity. In just one move, Duan Lingtian's attack overpowered the young man's attack. Although Duan Lingtian's profundities were on par with the blue-clad young man's, his royal-grade celestial weapon completely overpowered the blue-clad young man's king-grade celestial weapon. In just 2 moves, he had killed the blue-clad young man. No. Before the blue-clothed youth died, he let out a mournful cry. Before he died, his eyes were glued to the 9-pointed ring in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was clear he had seen how extraordinary Duan Lingtian's celestial weapon was. The celestial weapon in Duan Lingtian's hand was the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystic Yang 9-water chestnut ring. It was the royal-grade celestial weapon that Brother Pei had given him when he was still in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory. However, Brother Pei had not come to take it back. As soon as Duan Lingtian killed the young man, a voice rang in the air. Interesting. I think he's the Duan Lingtian whom I asked Ling Juyin to pass a message to. He's from the profound nether mansion in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Southern Heaven Territory. A figure sat cross-legged on a towering tree on the floating island in the middle of a huge cave that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. He looked at Duan Lingtian with a meaningful smile on his face. This person was none other than Jianglan. At some point, Jianglan had arrived after Duan Lingtian and the others. Although there were tens of thousands of people in front of Jianglan, they would not be able to see him. Similarly, they would not be able to see the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree that he planted in his past life. Swoosh! Swoosh! After the blue-clad young man died, his body rapidly withered. At the same time, a vast amount of blood energy and soul fire surged out of his body toward the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree in the middle of the cave. In the next moment, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree was like a giant beast with its mouth wide open. It swallowed the blood and soul left behind by the blue-clothed young man in a single gulp, causing the luster on the tree to become even deeper. The blue-clad young man was the first to die among the tens of thousands of people in the cave. After him, a few more people died in succession. They were all people who had only comprehended 2 profundities of laws. They had all died at the hands of people who had comprehended 3 profundities of laws. The people here were all peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestials. Their strength depended on their profundities from a law. After all, 99% of their celestial weapons were king-grade celestial weapons. It was almost impossible for them to possess a royal-grade celestial weapon. For this reason, Jianglan was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian using a royal-grade celestial weapon. However, that was the extent of his surprise. As a reincarnated celestial emperor, even Jianglan had obtained the emperor-grade celestial weapon from his previous life. A mere royal-grade celestial weapon was nothing to him. He did not care about it at all. Ling Juiyun is truly a monster. Jianglan's eyes soon landed on a gray-clad young man. The gray-clad young man had just killed his opponent, and his opponent had become nutrients for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. He has comprehended 3 profundities from the law of death. Just like Duan Lingtian and I, he's not even 100 years old. His comprehension ability is heaven-defying. Although Jianglan was not even 100 years old, he had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. However, he knew this was because he was a reincarnated celestial emperor. On the other hand, Ling Juyin was not a reincarnated celestial. As a reincarnated celestial emperor, Jianglan could tell this was not the case. For this reason, Jianglan was shocked by Ling Juiyun's achievements. Even in his past life, he had never seen anyone who was not a reincarnated celestial who was younger than 100 years old. If Ling Juiyun survives until the end, I can consider giving him a heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After all, there will be 2 heaven sacrificial divine fruits, and I only need to consume one of them. However, the prerequisite is that he's willing to let me brand his soul with an enslavement mark so that he'll submit to me. Chapter 3095. In the Devata realms, a celestial could plant an enslavement mark on another celestial's soul as long as the other celestial was willing. Once the enslavement mark was planted, the celestial would have to obey the former. If the celestial dared to disobey, the former could easily turn the celestial into ashes with just a thought. Naturally, if a celestial wanted to plant an enslavement mark on another celestial soul, the celestial soul could only be on par with or weaker than the celestial. Currently, Jianglan was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and Ling Juyan was also a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. As long as Ling Juyan was willing, he could plant an enslavement mark on Ling Juyan's soul. However, the current Jianglan didn't know that. He was a reincarnated celestial emperor, while Ling Juyan was not a reincarnated celestial. However, Ling Juyan's background was much more prominent than his identity as a reincarnated celestial emperor. It was almost impossible for him to make Ling Juyan the servant of a reincarnated celestial emperor. Jianglan sat cross-legged above the towering tree on the floating island in the middle of the spacious cave abode as he indifferently watched the battles taking place before him. One by one, peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials died. Their blood and souls were absorbed by the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit and turned into nutrients for the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was gradually changing during this process. Initially, only the blood-red color on the tree trunk had deepened. However, after a while, more tree trunks grew from the tree trunk with blood-red leaves that looked as though they were dyed in blood. The tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit grew even more luxuriant. The battles in the cave abode were one-on-one battles. This was because Jianglan's plan in his past life was to allow those who entered to fight each other one-on-one until only one person was left. Then, in this life, he would kill the last person as a sacrifice to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. You overestimate yourself. The ring in Duan Ling Tian's hand brought out an expanse of dazzling flames, and the flames swept out and killed a middle-aged man. Then, the middle-aged man's blood, chi, and soul were absorbed by the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit tree. Facing this scene, Duan Ling Tian had long since become numb. That was because it was not only those who were killed by him that would end up like this. Even those who were killed by others would end up like this. However, he was indifferent to everything around him, and there was neither joy nor sorrow. The reason why these people appeared here was none other than because they were driven by their own interests. Although it was sad, it was not pitiful. If it weren't for Huang, and the 5 divine elements, I'm afraid I would have ended up like them, becoming nutrients for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. After killing the middle-aged man and waiting for the next opponent, Duan Ling Tian stole a glance at the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. As for Jianglan, who was sitting cross-legged above the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree, he had long noticed him. Therefore, he became even more vigilant and did not dare to reveal anything. If Jianglan were to find out that he was not bewitched by the illusion array formation, he would definitely be extremely fearful of him. If that was the case, it would be much more difficult for him to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit if it bore fruit. A reincarnated celestial emperor attacking when he was prepared and when he was unprepared were 2 completely different concepts. Swoosh! As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind, another figure appeared in front of him. It was a young man dressed in a green robe. He stared at Duan Ling Tian with killing intent in his eyes as he attacked. The green-robed young man had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water. As soon as he made his move, a series of attacks surged toward Duan Ling Tian. It was as though he was trying to extinguish the flames rising from Duan Lingtian's body. Buzz! 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 However, although the green-robed young man's attack was swift and fierce, the flame energy from the ring in Duan Lingtian's hand seemed to be even more powerful. It directly cut open the flowing water, and wherever it came into contact with the flowing water, it even caused the flowing water to evaporate into white mist. No, the green-robed young man cried out in agony as he died in Duan Lingtian's hands. He had not seen Duan Lingtian in action before. Otherwise, he would not have dared to make a move against Duan Lingtian. After all, he knew Duan Lingtian had killed many peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended two profundities from a law. Up until now, Duan Lingtian had only used the law of fire's fire elemental profundity and the pillaging profundity. However, with the royal grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang-9 water chestnut ring, he was able to easily kill his opponents. This was because his opponents were peak, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestials who had only comprehended two profundities from a law. He had not encountered any stronger peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials. If he encountered a peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended three profundities from a law, with his current strength, he would only be able to tie with his opponent. Moreover, his opponent only had a king-grade celestial weapon while he was using the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang-9 water chestnut ring. It seems like Ling Jueyun is planning to hide his bloodline power and the emperor-grade celestial weapons and divine weapons. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ling Jueyun. He saw Ling Jueyun had only used three profundities from the law of death. He did not use any other profundities, including the god of death's scythe profundity. Even so, his opponents did not last long against him. Most of them were instantly killed by him. The law of death is one of the four supreme laws. Even peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials who have comprehended three profundities from a law other than the four supreme laws aren't a match for Ling Jueyun. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As time passed, the number of peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials in the cave gradually dwindled. Initially, there were more than 10,000 of them. However, after half a day, there were only slightly more than 1,000 of them left. Murong Xiaozhao's luck is not bad. Up until now, she hasn't encountered anyone who has comprehended three profundities from a law. Naturally, the people she has encountered who have comprehended two profundities from a law have not even begun to comprehend the third profundity. After killing another peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial, Duan Lingtian discreetly glanced at Murong Xiaozhao in the distance. He was surprised to see that Murong Xiaozhao was still alive, albeit in a slightly wretched state. However, her opponent was even more wretched than her. Moreover, he was not as strong as her, so he was killed by her. There's still Lin Fei Yang. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Lin Fei Yang. Up until now, Lin Fei Yang had only displayed two profundities from the law of water and one profundity from the law of water that he had just comprehended. However, Duan Lingtian had a feeling Lin Fei Yang might not have displayed his full strength. After all, Lin Fei Yang was favored by the second form of the world cleansing divine water when he was still in his mother's womb. Such a person's comprehension of the law of water was heaven-defying. It was impossible for him to have only comprehended two profundities from the law of water. It seems like I'll be able to see Lin Fei Yang's true strength in this battle. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Soon after, Lin Fei Yang's new opponent appeared. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe. Duan Lingtian had noticed this black-clad, middle-aged man before this. He knew this black-clad, middle-aged man had comprehended three profundities from the law of wind and was extremely powerful. His previous opponents had only comprehended two profundities from a law, but they were all easily killed by this black-clad, middle-aged man. This time, the black-clad, middle-aged man's opponent was Lin Fei Yang. If Lin Fei Yang isn't concealing his strength, he'll definitely die in this battle. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. If he dies, the second form of the world, cleansing divine water in his body, will become ownerless. At that time, the second form of the world, cleansing divine water that's still in a deep slumber, will be exposed to the world. Under such circumstances, I won't be able to retrieve the world, cleansing divine water. After all, if I try to retrieve it, Jianglan will definitely discover that I'm not bewitched by the illusory formation. Although Jianglan might not recognize the world, cleansing divine water, he's still someone who has comprehended the law of water. Even if he doesn't recognize the world, cleansing divine water, he'll definitely be able to discover its extraordinariness and retrieve it. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel anxious when he thought about this. If it was possible, he would rather obtain the world, cleansing divine water after Lin Fei Yang's death. That way, he would be able to gather all 5 divine elements. That would definitely be a great help to him in the future. Currently, he only had slightly more than 900 years left. He had to take a different path than ordinary people in order to save Kerr and his family and friends from the Divine Offering Land after the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms reopened. Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun seemed to have it easy. Meanwhile, Jianglan, who was sitting cross-legged above the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit, looked at Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun with a sinister smile on his face. In the next moment, his hands began to move as though he was making a series of complicated hand seals. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun realized their opponents had not appeared for a long time. At the same time, they instinctively glanced at Jianglan and saw what he was doing. Immediately, the two of them vaguely realized that the reason why their opponent had yet to appear was related to Jianglan's current actions. Otherwise, why would he be acting so strangely now? Previously, Jianglan had been sitting cross-legged quietly, but now he was making a move. Duan Lingtian, Jianglan must have thought we're having it easy, so he wants to give us some tough opponents, Ling Juyun said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. I think so as well. I wonder if he'll assign you to me, Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. That's for the best. If he does, we'll act as if we're evenly matched until only one person is left. Naturally, the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit might bear fruit before the last person is left. Even if it doesn't bear fruit, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would have been destroyed during the process. Chapter 3096. The cave abode where the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree was located was a mystic realm that Jianglan had created when he was still a celestial emperor in his previous life. Although there were many offensive and defensive formations in the cave abode, Jianglan was still unable to control them in his current life. The only thing he could control was the illusory formation in the cave abode. For example, he could control the illusory formation to deal with the people he had lured into the cave abode. Initially, Jianglan was still forming hand seals in an attempt to control the illusory formation so that Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun could fight against stronger opponents. However, a sudden fluctuation from the law of water interrupted him, causing him to stop what he was doing. At the same time, he regained control of the illusory formation. Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun's opponents appeared. However, they were peak overarching heavenly supreme, celestials who had only comprehended 2 profundities from a law. Why did Jianglan suddenly stop? Ling Juyun sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. A hint of confusion could be heard in his voice when he saw Jianglan had stopped abruptly. His attention has been drawn to Lin Fei Yang. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Lin Fei Yang, who was standing in the distance. Currently, Lin Fei Yang was facing an opponent who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind. Apart from using 2 profundities from the law of water and 1 profundity from the law of water that he had just comprehended, Lin Fei Yang had used another profundity from the law of water. Moreover, Lin Feiyang had already comprehended this profundity to the rudimentary stage. It was not comparable to the profundity from the law of water that Duan Lingtian had just comprehended. It's just as I thought. Lin Feiyang has been concealing his strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Previously, he had thought Lin Feiyang had comprehended more than 2 profundities from the law of water. After all, Lin Feiyang was chosen by the world-cleansing divine water when he was in his mother's womb. Lin Feiyang has comprehended 3 profundities from the law of water. Moreover, he has even comprehended the 4th profundity of the law of water. Jiang Lan's attention landed on Lin Feiyang. A glint flashed across his eyes as he continued. Apart from Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun, he's also the 3rd person who's younger than 100 years old. Just like Ling Juyun, he's not a reincarnated immortal. In my previous life, I've never come into contact with anyone who was not a reincarnated immortal but was able to achieve so much at such a young age. But in this life, I've actually met 2 of them at once. When he thought of this, Jiang Lan couldn't help but sigh. While Jiang Lan was sighing with emotion, Lin Feiyang had gained the upper hand. After 30 moves, he killed his opponent, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind, and turned his opponent into nourishment for the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit tree. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial killed by Lin Feiyang was the first peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to have comprehended 3 profundities from a law. As expected of someone who caught the eye of the second form world, cleansing divine water, Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he saw Lin Feiyang had killed his opponent. However, he could not help but marvel at Lin Feiyang's heaven-defying comprehension of the law of water. Not only was Lin Feiyang not even 100 years old, but the world-cleansing divine water in his body was also only in the second form. Once the world-cleansing divine water in his body evolved to the 3rd form, it would be able to help him comprehend the profundities from the law of water. At that time, his comprehension of the law of water would be even more heaven-defying. After Lin Feiyang killed the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze as though he had sensed something. At this moment, a beautiful figure was at a disadvantage. It was none other than Morong Xiao Xiao. Morong Xiao Xiao was no longer as lucky as before. Her opponent this time was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of metal. After 3 moves, Morong Xiao Xiao was killed right under Duan Lingtian's nose. The genius disciple of the Morong clan, a grade 7 clan in the southern heaven territory of the spirit overarching heaven, had died in the Jade Emperor Heaven. When Morong Xiao Xiao was killed, the soul pearl she had stored in the Morong clan shattered as well, shocking the entire Morong clan. However, no one knew how Morong Xiao Xiao had died, and no one knew where she had gone. It wasn't until news of someone searching for people to sacrifice to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree in the spirit overarching heaven arrived that the people of the Morong clan could vaguely guess that Morong Xiao Xiao had also been asked to sacrifice to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. Naturally, this was all in the future. After Morong Xiao Xiao's death, there were only a little over 500 people left on the scene. At the same time, not only did the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit tree become more luxuriant, but 2 small flower buds had also appeared at the top of the tree. The flower buds were blood red, and the color was darker than the rest of the tree. They exuded a sinister aura. In order for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree to bear the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, it had to bear flower buds first. Naturally, the flower buds were only the first step in the process of bearing the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Whether it would bear fruit or not depended on luck. However, based on Jiang Lan's plan in his past life, he was confident that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would bear fruit at 50%. I'll leave Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang until the end. If either of them is willing to become my slave, not only will I spare their lives, but I'll even reward them with a heaven's sacrificial, divine fruit after it bears fruit. Retracting his gaze from Lin Feiyang, Jianglan's hands began to dance again. He continued the hand seal that he had yet to complete earlier, taking control of the psychedelic array formation in his hands. In order to leave Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang until the end, Jianglan did not want them to encounter each other. Naturally, he had also arranged a powerful opponent for Duan Lingtian. The opponent was a peak overarching heavenly supreme, celestial, who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth: the gravitational space profundity, the vibration profundity. The opponent Jianglan assigned to Duan Lingtian had cast the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity and the law of Earth's only offensive profundity, the vibration profundity, in an attempt to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was familiar with these 2 profundities from the law of Earth. He knew the principles behind them. Although he had not fully comprehended the gravitational space profundity, he had only scratched the surface. As for the vibration profundity, although he had not even scratched the surface, he had a certain understanding of its characteristics. Swoosh! Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he transformed into a ball of flames and shot through the air. His speed was not something his opponent could compare to. Although his opponent was not as fast as Duan Lingtian, he had comprehended the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity. Swoosh! 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 Pillars formed from celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the Earth elemental profundity shot toward Duan Lingtian and formed a cage that shrouded Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's speed was rendered useless. Buzz! 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 After being trapped, Duan Lingtian hastily used his royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystic Yang 9 water chestnut ring, in an attempt to break free from the cage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt a repulsive force pressing down on his body from all directions, causing his attack to weaken slightly. At the same time, the cage began to vibrate as well. The repulsive force from the gravitational space profundity and the attack from the vibration profundity, the strength of his opponent made Duan Lingtian feel strenuous. It was difficult for him to break out of the cage. If this continues, it'll be difficult for him to defeat me. However, it'll be difficult for me to defeat him as well. It seems like I have to reveal some of my trump cards. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian raised his left hand. A ring appeared on his left hand. This ring was identical to the ring in his right hand. However, the aura it exuded was completely different. Moreover, the color of the ring was different as well. This ring was the mystic E9 water chestnut ring that corresponded to the mystic Yang 9 water chestnut ring. The mystic E9 water chestnut ring was also a royal grade celestial weapon. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was free, he had taken out the mystic Yang 9 water chestnut ring and the mystic E9 water chestnut ring to study them. He discovered the 2 rings could be combined perfectly in his hands. Although they were not as powerful as an emperor-grade celestial weapon, they were stronger than most royal-grade celestial weapons. Where did Duan Lingtian obtain so many royal-grade celestial weapons? Although Jianglan was not interested in royal-grade celestial weapons, he could not help but feel shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian taking out another royal-grade celestial weapon. Among the 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials whom he had deceived, Duan Lingtian was the only one who possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, he had more than one royal-grade celestial weapon. There are 2 royal-grade celestial weapons that can be combined. In the next moment, Jianglan saw Duan Lingtian joining the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons together. After that, Duan Lingtian infused his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the fire elemental profundity into the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. It should be noted that even if one possessed two offensive royal-grade celestial weapons at the same time, they would not be able to combine the power of the two weapons. For this reason, there was no difference between using two offensive royal-grade celestial weapons at the same time and using one offensive royal-grade celestial weapon. However, this was not the case with the two offensive royal-grade celestial weapons in Duan Lingtian's hands. When the two offensive royal-grade celestial weapons were combined perfectly, the power they unleashed was even stronger than most offensive royal-grade celestial weapons. In fact, it was almost on par with offensive emperor-grade celestial weapons. What a lucky lad! He actually managed to obtain two royal-grade celestial weapons that can be combined perfectly. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was on par with Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang, it was still not enough. Chapter 3097. When the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring were combined, the Yin and Yang energies merged perfectly. Duan Lingtian gave a name to the ring that was in this form. It was the Yin Yang 9 water chestnut ring. When the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring were put together, each of the chestnuts perfectly fit together. At first glance, the two chestnuts that fit together looked like a single chestnut. For this reason, when the two were combined, the chestnut looked like 9 chestnuts. When Duan Lingtian sent his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the fire elemental profundity into the Yin Yang 9 water chestnut ring, green and red flames appeared around the ring at the same time. Break! Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as the Yin Yang 9 water chestnut ring shot out. In the next moment, the flames of cyan and red intersecting formed a sharp flaming blade that easily broke through the repulsive force of the gravitational space profundity of the law of Earth and collided with the force of the vibration profundity of the law of Earth. Buzz! 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 The sound of a saber buzzing rang in the air as the flaming saber collided with the vibration profundity. The flaming saber shook violently for a moment. After a while, the vibration profundity could no longer suppress the flaming saber and was defeated by it. After the vibration profundity was defeated, the flaming saber shot out like a furious flaming dragon and shattered the cage around Duan Lingtian. Then, with Duan Lingtian's will, it shot toward the peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth. No, the peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth died, just like Duan Lingtian's previous opponent. Duan Lingtian's previous opponent was the second person who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law to die. Boom! 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 Bang! 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 Swoosh! 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 After killing the peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth, Duan Lingtian could still hear the sounds of people fighting each other. It was clear that hundreds of people were still fighting each other. They were in an independent illusion with only one opponent, and there were only 2 endings for them. Either you kill your opponent, or you get killed by your opponent. However, no one wanted to be killed by their opponent, so everyone was struggling with all their might. Duan Lingtian is much stronger than Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang due to the combination of the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. If Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang fight him, they'll most likely die in his hands. In the distance, Jiang Lan's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian killing the peak, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth. However, Duan Lingtian is only so strong because of his celestial weapon. Although he's quite talented and has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire before the age of 100, he's still no match for Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang. I'll just ignore him for now. I'll deal with him later. He's no threat to me since he's only strong because of his celestial weapon. With this thought in mind, Jianglan did not continue to compete with Duan Lingtian. He did not even arrange any opponents for Duan Lingtian. With this, Duan Lingtian was free for the time being. Under Jianglan's arrangement, Ling Juyin and Lin Feiyang fought two peak, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestials who had comprehended three profundities from a law. After a while, both of them defeated their opponents one by one. Jianglan was not surprised that Lin Feiyang was able to defeat his opponent. However, he was surprised that Ling Juyin was able to defeat his opponent. That's the first offensive profundity from the law of death, the god of death's scythe profundity. When Ling Juyin defeated his opponent, Jianglan saw the technique that Ling Juyin had not used earlier. It was the first offensive profundity from the law of death, the god of death's scythe profundity. Although Ling Juyin had only comprehended a superficial level of the god of death's scythe profundity, he was able to easily kill a peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial who had comprehended three profundities from a law of earth. In fact, to a certain extent, his strength had already surpassed Lin Feiyang's. Although Lin Feiyang had comprehended the same amount of profundities as him, the law he comprehended was one of the four supreme laws, the law of death. Moreover, he had also come into contact with the law of death's first offensive law, the death god scythe. If I had a choice, I'd rather Ling Juyin allow me to brand his soul with an enslavement mark. Although Lin Feiyang's innate talent and comprehension ability are not bad, there's still a gap between him and Ling Juyin. Jianglan thought to himself as he looked at Ling Juyin. At the same time, Jianglan turned to look at the remaining peak, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestials. There were more than 300 peak, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestials who had comprehended three profundities from a law of earth. Similar to Ling Juyin and Lin Feiyang, these peak, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestials were older than Ling Juyin and Lin Feiyang. All of them were close to 200 years old. The tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit is about to bear fruit. Jianglan looked at the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit and saw that the two buds on the tree had bloomed into two blood-red flowers. Every flower had 9 petals, and they were all suffused with a deep blood-red color, so red that it was almost purple. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there was a blood-red aura surrounding the flowers. The 2 flowers on the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit were surrounded by a dense blood-red mist, and a blood-red sphere was brewing and expanding at the end of the 2 flowers a few moments later. Another dozen peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials were killed. Among the 300 peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials, many of them had comprehended 3 profundities from a law and had even comprehended the 4th profundity. These peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials could kill those who had only comprehended 3 profundities from a law, but had not comprehended the 4th profundity. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After the blood and souls of the dozen peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials were absorbed by the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit, the 2 blood-red flowers with 9 petals on the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit began to swell and expand in just a blink of an eye. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After the blood-red sphere grew even larger, blood-red lightning bolts could be seen both on the outside and inside of it. They were like small snakes shuttling back and forth between the inside and outside of the sphere. I've finally reached this stage. Jianglan's eyes lit up when he saw the changes in the 2 flowers on the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Then he raised his hands and made another move. A set of seemingly complicated and obscure hand seals appeared at his fingertips. Following Jianglan's action, a huge translucent barrier of light suddenly appeared around the floating island where the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was located. It enveloped the entire floating island and the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Whoosh, In the distance, a peak overarching heavenly supreme, celestial, who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law was killed. His blood, chi, and soul flew toward the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit, just like the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. However, before the blood and soul of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial could reach the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit, it was blocked by the translucent light shield that shrouded the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit and the floating island. During this time, the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit tried to absorb the blood and soul of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, the translucent light shield kept the blood and soul of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. At this moment, Ling Jueyun's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Rumor has it that after the embryonic body of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit appears, if one accumulates the blood and soul of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a certain level, and allows them to enter the embryonic body of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit will increase. Naturally, this method hasn't been proven. Perhaps someone has verified the effectiveness of this method. However, if that person has no intention of disclosing the results, no one will know the effectiveness of this method. In my opinion, Jianglan either knows the effectiveness of this method or wants to try it out to see if it can increase the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After all, there's no harm in trying it out. It won't affect the overall situation. Ling Jueyun said through voice transmission. Although Ling Jueyun had seen the changes in the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and Jianglan's actions, he did not show it. He only communicated with Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. I see. Duan Lingtian had also seen the changes in the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and Jianglan's actions. He was puzzled as to why Jianglan would stop the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from absorbing more blood and soul. Realization dawned on him when he heard Ling Jueyun's words. As it turned out, Jianglan was not stopping the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from absorbing more blood and soul. Instead, he was trying to increase the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The embryonic body of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit you mentioned, are you referring to the 2 blood-red spheres? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. He had noticed the 2 blood-red spheres on the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit earlier, but he did not know what they were. Yes. Chapter 3098. Jianglan is trying to use the formation to gather the blood and souls of the dead peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, so they can enter the embryonic form of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and help it to take form, Ling Jueyun said. Duan Lingtian finally understood what was going on. Then he looked at the translucent light shield formed by the formation. The translucent light shield was like a wall between the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit and the nutrients it wanted to absorb, preventing the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from doing so. Due to the suction force from the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, the blood and souls were drawn to the translucent light shield like magnets. It was not difficult to see that once the translucent light shield was removed, the blood and souls would be absorbed by the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. At this moment, the blood and souls of 3 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials were drawn to the translucent light shield. In just a short while, another 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials had died. Their blood, chi, and souls were sucked out by the suction force of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit tree. HM? In just a blink of an eye, a person appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. After a long period of idleness, he finally had a new opponent. At the same time, both Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang had an opponent appear in front of them. This was Jianglan's intention. As soon as the embryonic form of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit appeared, Jianglan was eager to solidify the embryonic form of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit, so he quickly arranged opponents for Duan Ling Tian, Ling Juyin, and Lin Fei Yang. At the same time, the peak, overarching heavenly supreme, celestials who did not have an opponent or who had just died were also given opponents. When Jianglan arranged opponents for Duan Ling Tian and the others, he purposely took care of Ling Juyin and Lin Fei Yang. He only arranged opponents for them who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law, but had not comprehended the 4th profundity. Naturally, he did not plan to sacrifice Ling Juyin and Lin Fei Yang. Back then, when he was looking for someone, he had made a special calculation. In the end, over 100 people would die before they could sacrifice themselves to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Then the embryo of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit would enter the fruiting process. With the help of the formation he had set up in his previous life, he could save the lives of Ling Juyin and Lin Feiyang, and gather the blood essence and souls of the others. In the end, he could make them flow into the embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and help it grow into the fruit. Wang, 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 Wang. Duan Ling Tian's opponent this time was someone who had comprehended 3 profundities of the laws of wind and was in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity of the laws of wind. It was a middle-aged man in a green robe. The middle-aged man's face was cold. As his body moved, wind blades that filled the sky followed him like a shadow, causing the air to emit an ear-piercing buzzing sound like a swarm of bees. Die. The middle-aged man stared coldly at Duan Ling Tian. The 3-foot-long green sword in his hand moved rhythmically like a dragon as it stirred up a strong wind. The wind blade profundity, which was a combination of the 2 profundities from the laws of wind and the other profundities from the laws of wind, shot toward Duan Ling Tian. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of a sword whistling rang in the air. Wang, 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 wang. The sound of wind blades cutting through the air and the sound of a sword whistling rang in the air. It was as though both the sword and the saber were humming at the same time. Those who had comprehended the laws of wind were skilled in speed and offense. Those who had comprehended the laws of earth could not compare to them. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had killed someone who had comprehended 3 profundities from the laws of earth. Although he was skilled and had even comprehended the vibration profundity, the only offensive profundity from the laws of earth, he was far from being comparable to the person who had comprehended 3 profundities from the laws of wind and was in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity from the laws of wind. However, compared to the former, Duan Ling Tian preferred his opponent. The former had used the gravitational space profundity from the laws of earth to imprison him. Although the repulsive force from all directions did not harm him, the pressure on his body made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Although his opponent was stronger than the former, his opponent's attacks were not as strange and cunning as the former's. Good. When Duan Ling Tian saw his opponent's attack was about to reach him, his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the fire elemental profundity surged out of his body. The plundering profundity stirred as though he was being engulfed in flames. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian's figure moved like a flame tearing through the sky, leaving behind waves of scorching aura in the air and a flame afterimage behind him. At first glance, it looked like a fiery phoenix was flapping its tail. Wang, 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 wang. All of a sudden, an even more ear-piercing buzzing sound rang out from the flames in the air. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian's opponent saw a ring suddenly fly out from the ball of flame that was whistling towards him. The ring tore through the sky and brought along waves of fierce aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Taking a closer look, the ring was surrounded by green and red flames. The green and red flames that shot out from the ring converged together, condensing into a green and red flame saber light that blended together. Duan Ling Tian was fearless in the face of his opponent's fierce attack, from the law of wind. He could even kill a peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of earth, let alone a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind. Although the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind had comprehended the 4th profundity from the law of wind, it was only a superficial understanding of the 4th profundity from the law of wind. With his opponent's strength, it would be easy for him to deal with someone who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law but had not comprehended the 4th profundity. However, he was not strong enough to deal with Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was not surprised by what happened next. After a brief moment of stalemate, Duan Lingtian managed to forcefully defeat his opponent's attack. It was as though the power of ice and fire had merged into a 2-colored flaming saber. After defeating his opponent's attack, Duan Lingtian killed his opponent with a single slash. It's just as I thought. Although Duan Lingtian has only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire, with the combination of his 2 royal-grade celestial weapons, even Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang are no match for him. Jian Lan watched as Duan Lingtian killed the peak, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind and a superficial understanding of the 4th profundity from the law of wind. Jian Lan was not surprised by this. The peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial that Duan Lingtian had killed was on par with Ling Jueyun and was not much weaker than him. If Ling Jueyun encountered such an opponent, even if he had a chance of winning, he would have to fight for a few days and nights. It was impossible for him to defeat his opponent as easily as Duan Lingtian did. After a while, Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang killed their opponents, one after another. However, after killing the opponent, a new opponent quickly appeared. That was because Jiang Lan desperately wanted to accumulate enough blood and soul energy to sacrifice to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit at the critical moment. He wanted to help the embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit on the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to condense into a heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Lingtian's opponents appeared one after another. He killed his opponents quickly, but his opponents appeared quickly as well. Initially, there were a few hundred people in the spacious cave abode. However, it did not take long before there were less than 100 people left. Buzz, the Yin Yang 9 water chestnut ring, flew out from Duan Lingtian's hand. The fire and ice energy turned into a saber ray as he killed a peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of metal effortlessly. After killing the peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial, Duan Lingtian discovered that the peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial's blood and soul energy had been absorbed by the tree of life. After the peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial died, his blood, energy, and soul energy were absorbed by the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, the translucent light shield seemed to be resisting the absorption of the blood and soul energy. It was as though the translucent light shield was under pressure after absorbing so much blood and soul energy. In just a blink of an eye, the blood and soul energy of a peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial who had been killed by Ling Jun was absorbed by the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, causing the translucent light shield to tremble even more violently. It seems like the formation he left behind in his past life can't withstand too much blood and soul energy. Or perhaps the formation he left behind in his past life can't withstand the suction force from the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Lingtian told Ling Jueyun about his discovery. Ling Jueyun observed for a moment before he agreed with Duan Lingtian. That should be the case. However, if that's the case, I have a feeling that the translucent light shield will be destroyed by the suction force from the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit if a few dozen people die. Ling Jueyun's eyes flashed as he said, "At that time, Jianglan will make a move and kill the remaining people before the fruit of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit takes shape. After all, he's worried that someone else will take the fruit before him. Both of us should pay more attention to the translucent light shield. Once it's destroyed, we'll have to be on our guard." Ling Jueyun reminded Duan Lingtian. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. While Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun were communicating through voice transmission, Jianglan discovered the problem they had discovered. "It seems like I've underestimated the suction force from the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Once the formation that's blocking the blood and soul energy from the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit is destroyed, the accumulated blood and soul energy will rush toward the fruit of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. At that time, I'm afraid many people will still be alive." Chapter 30:99. At this moment, Jianglan could not wait to kill the people before him. However, he could not make a move. After all, these people were trapped in the illusory formation. If he made a move, it would affect the illusory formation. At that time, these people would walk out of the illusory formation. Although Jianglan was strong, if these people joined forces, it would be difficult for him to deal with them. In fact, he might even be injured. He did not want that to happen. When the formation around the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit collapses, the illusory formation will be affected as well. Those who survive will be able to walk out of the formation. At that time, there shouldn't be many people left alive. At that time, I'll make a move and kill them all. With my strength and the help of my Emperor-grade celestial weapon, it won't be difficult for me to kill the remaining people before the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's embryo bears the fruit. Soon after, Jianglan made up his mind. After the formation around the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit collapsed, he would make a move and kill the remaining people. At that time, I'll spare the lives of Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang. If either of them is willing to be branded with an enslavement mark, I'll let them live and give them a heaven sacrificial divine fruit. With that, they'll be able to break through and become a 10 Directions celestial duke. Unknowingly, Jianglan's gaze landed on Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang. If it was possible, he hoped he could subdue one of them. Naturally, if both of them wanted to submit to him, he would not reject them. However, he would only give the remaining heaven sacrificial divine fruit to Ling Jueyun. Although Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang had comprehended 3 profundities from a law and were in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity, one of the 2 profundities from the same law was different. However, Ling Jueyun had comprehended the law of death, one of the 4 supreme laws. The law of water could not be compared to the law of death. In terms of potential, Ling Jueyun was stronger than Lin Feiyang. The battle continued in the cave abode. Explosions rang in the air as more and more figures fell to the ground. All of them were peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials. These people were all geniuses and monsters in the forces they belonged to. This time, the people Jianglan recruited were from grade 7 forces in the Devata realms. None of them were from grade 6 forces or above. This was to ensure he had full control of the situation so that no one would be able to destroy the plan he had set up in his past life. Jianglan was not afraid of the powerhouses from grade 7 forces. However, if the powerhouses from grade 6 forces or celestial sects, the formations he had set up in his past life, he would not be able to fend them. For this reason, the most he recruited powerhouses from grade 7 forces. In a grade 7 force, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities of a law before the age of 200 was definitely a rare genius. But now, in this spacious cave dwelling, such existences were killed one by one like paper, and their bodies and Tao vanished. I don't think the formation around the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit will last much longer, after killing another peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Lingtian glanced at the translucent light shield around the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit and sent a voice transmission to Ling Jueyun. Right now, the translucent light shield that covered the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit tree was shaking violently under the impact of the gathered blood, auras, and souls. It looked like it could collapse at any moment. Once the translucent light shield collapsed, the blood, chi, and souls would enter the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit and help the tree to form the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. Naturally, it was not certain that the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit would bear fruit. There was a possibility that it would fail. If the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit failed, it would shatter and disappear into thin air. This was a sign that the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit had failed to bear fruit. It seems like 5 or 6 more people will die before the formation is destroyed by the energy from the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Ling Jueyun secretly observed the situation before he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. 5 or 6 more people will die. Duan Lingtian glanced at the people around him and saw that there were only 12 people left, including him, Ling Jueyun, Lin Feiyang, and Jianglan. In other words, only 6 or 7 people would survive after the formation around the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was destroyed. Did you notice? The opponents you encountered later on were basically all people who had comprehended 3 profundities of a law and were in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity of that law. Ling Jueyun continued to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Lin Feiyang and I only encountered people who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law, but had not comprehended the 4th profundity. So what? Duan Lingtian had not noticed this since the beginning. He did not think much of Ling Jueyun's words. He thought it was just luck. I suspect that he deliberately spared Lin Feiyang and my lives. Don't forget that there are 2 heaven sacrificial divine fruits, and he can only consume one. Ling Jueyun continued to speak through voice transmission. If I were him, seeing 2 people who are less than 100 years old but have comprehended 3 profundities of a law and have even come into contact with the 4th profundity, he would definitely want to recruit them to work for him. Duan Lingtian was enlightened when he heard Ling Jueyun's words. You're saying that he purposely allowed you and Lin Feiyang to encounter people who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law but had not comprehended the 4th profundity? Duan Lingtian continued to ask. His goal is to let you live until the end so that you can work for him. Duan Lingtian agreed with Ling Jueyun's words. After all, even if it was a coincidence, it could not be so coincidental. Earlier, he had encountered more than 10 peak, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestials who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law and were in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished sending a voice transmission to Ling Jueyun, a figure appeared in front of him at lightning speed. It was one of the peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials who had survived until now. It was a young man dressed in a long yellow robe. Duan Lingtian had noticed this young man and knew he had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of thunder. Most importantly, he had also comprehended the 4th profundity from the law of thunder. It seems like it's not a coincidence. Duan Lingtian knew Ling Jueyun was right when he saw the yellow-clad young man had become his opponent. Buzz, 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 buzz. Duan Lingtian had encountered more than 10 opponents who were on par with him earlier. Therefore, it did not take him much effort to kill his opponents. Since Ling Jueyun had intentionally held back, Duan Lingtian's speed of killing his opponents was the fastest among all of them. In the time it took for others to kill one opponent, he had already killed several opponents. After Duan Lingtian killed his opponent, there were no more opponents for the time being since the remaining 10 people were divided into 5 groups. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian was communicating with Ling Jueyun, Ling Jueyun was communicating with Duan Lingtian through voice transmission as he fought with his opponents. Duan Lingtian. Jiang Lan muttered under his breath. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian as he hovered in the air above the semi-transparent light barrier around the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. He's the strongest among all of us here. After the formation collapses, I'll kill everyone apart from Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang. I'll make him feel despair when he sees me killing with his own eyes. In truth, Jiang Lan did not think much of Duan Lingtian's strength. However, Duan Lingtian's strength was still very displeasing to Jiang Lan. Because of that, he planned to let Duan Lingtian witness him killing the others before he was killed by him in despair. No. With a shrill cry, Ling Jueyun's opponent died in his hands. When he fell, his eyes were wide open, as if he could not die in peace. Not long after Ling Jueyun's opponent fell, a young man in a green robe fell as well. At the same time, Lin Feiyang's opponent also fell. The green-clad young man had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind and was in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity from the law of wind. His strength was on par with Lin Feiyang. However, in terms of age, he was much older than Lin Feiyang. Boom! Rumble! Under the control of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit tree, a few strands of blood and souls joined the army attacking the formation around the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. As a result, the semi-transparent barrier of light trembled even more. In some places of the translucent light barrier, there were even traces of fine cracks that appeared to be crevices. Once the 4 of them fight it out, I'm afraid the formation won't be able to hold on any longer. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from the semi-transparent light barrier to the 4-peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were still fighting. Among the 4-peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, 2 of them had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind and were in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity. Their opponents had only comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind and were not in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity. At this moment, a green-clad figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. It was none other than the green-clad young man who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind and was in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity from the law of wind. Although the green-clad young man was strong, there were more than 10 people who were as strong as Duan Lingtian who had died in his hands. Duan Lingtian killed the green-robed young man who was charging at him menacingly with a strong killing intent in just a head-on collision. After Duan Lingtian killed the green-clad young man, the battle between the remaining 4-peak, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestials finally ended. 2 strands of blood and 2 souls shot toward the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. In the next moment, boom. Chapter 30, 100. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The blood, chi, and souls that had gathered together surged into the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit seemed to be devouring all the blood, chi, and souls that had surged into its belly. As soon as the blood, chi, and souls entered the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, they flew toward the embryo of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. The embryo of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit began to tremble violently as soon as the blood, chi, and souls entered it. Blood-red rays of light shot out of the embryo. When it reached a certain height, it began to contract violently. It continued to expand and contract in a continuous cycle, as if it was brewing something. This was a sign that the embryo of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit was about to bear fruit. As for whether it would succeed, they could only wait and see. Humph! Accompanied by a cold snort, Jiang Lan waved his hands and made a set of hand seals, putting away all the illusory array formations in the spacious cave abode. Lin Feiyang and the other 2-peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, apart from Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun, saw a flash before their eyes. The narrow cave abode they were in earlier had disappeared and was replaced by a huge cave abode. Apart from each other, they also saw Duan Lingtian, Ling Juyun and Jianglan. Their expressions changed immediately as they looked at Jianglan warily. It was as though they were facing a formidable enemy. I have to say, the 5 of you are quite strong to be able to survive until now, Jianglan said calmly as he looked at Duan Lingtian and the other 4 peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun finally regained their senses. They realized Jianglan had removed the illusory formation in the cave abode. This was obvious from the reactions of Lin Feiyang and the other 2 peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials. What do you mean by that? The other 2 who survived were a young man and a middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man heard Jianglan's words, his expression changed drastically as he asked with a trembling voice. Although he had monstrous talent and comprehension ability, and even possessed his current strength before he was even 200 years old, he was still unable to do anything about it. However, in front of Jianglan, his pride was like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. Jianglan was someone who had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water before the age of 100. As for him, he had only comprehended 3 profundities of the law of lightning when he was almost 200 years old. Although he had come into contact with the 4th profundity of the law of lightning, he had only scratched the surface. In terms of talent and perception, he couldn't compare to Jianglan. Shua, 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 shua. As the middle-aged man spoke, the gazes of Duan Lingtian, Ling Juyun, Lin Feiyang, and the other young man all landed on Jianglan at the same time. It was as if they had discussed this beforehand. A hint of suspicion could be seen in the eyes of Lin Feiyang and the other young man. On the other hand, the gazes of Duan Lingtian and Ling Jun did not change. However, this did not arouse Jianglan's suspicion. He thought the 2 of them were only pretending to be calm on the surface. In truth, they were no less afraid than the others. What else could it mean? Jianglan smiled faintly in response to the middle-aged man's question. Among the 10,000 people, only the 5 of you are still alive. As for the others, they're all dead. Their bodies are gone and their Tao is gone. The smile on Jianglan's face remained unchanged when he spoke about the deaths of the 10,000 people. It was as though he was talking about something insignificant. Dead. They're all dead. The expressions of Lin Feiyang and the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials changed drastically when they heard Jianglan's words. They instinctively looked around, trying to find the 6th person who was still alive. Alas, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find anyone who was still alive. Do you think they're dead just because you said so? If they're dead, would there be no traces left behind? Lin Feiyang took a deep breath and stared at Jianglan intently as he asked in a low voice, "Didn't I tell you earlier? They had all died, their Tao vanishing, and they had turned into ashes. Don't tell me you don't know what it means to be reduced to ashes." Jianglan took a deep look at Lin Feiyang, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Reduced to ashes. As soon as Jianglan finished speaking, Lin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. However, his expression did not change. Do you think they're reduced to ashes just because you said so? Although you're strong, it's impossible for you to kill everyone, Lin Feiyang said. When did I say that I killed them? Jianglan smiled. If I remember correctly, your name is Lin Feiyang, right? Do you still remember that you killed those people who wanted to kill you in the Fantasy Realm cave residence? Upon hearing Jianglan's words, the expressions of the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials changed again. An ominous feeling rose in their hearts. Jianglan looked at Lin Feiyang meaningfully. What if I tell you that the people you killed were actually part of the tens of thousands of people, but I don't know? Would you still doubt what I said just now? No. Impossible. Lin Feiyang's face was pale. I still remember their faces clearly. They weren't among the 10,000 people, although there were more than 10,000 people who had been tricked by Jianglan this time. With Lin Feiyang's memory, he could still remember most of them at a glance. He might not know them, but if he saw them again, he would definitely have an impression of them. The place you were at earlier was constructed using an illusory formation. Do you think the illusory formation wouldn't be able to conceal their faces? The sinister smile on Jiang Lan's face grew even more radiant at this moment. It's not just you. These four people have also killed many peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials that I gathered. As Jiang Lan spoke, he shifted his gaze from Lin Feiyang to Duan Lingtian and the other peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials before he finally looked at Duan Lingtian. This is especially true for Duan Lingtian. The number of peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials that died in his hands is no less than the number of peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials that the four of you killed. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, Lin Feiyang and the others turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Even Ling Jueyun followed Lin Feiyang and the other two peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials' gazes and looked at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he did not forget to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. This is the most important moment. Don't expose yourself. As long as he attacks one of us, we'll defend with all our might. The other person will be responsible for launching a sneak attack on him from behind. We'll try our best to kill him while he's unprepared to face any trouble in the future. If we want to kill a reincarnated celestial emperor like him, we must ensure that we're able to kill him in one go. Otherwise, we'll be the ones to die when he catches his breath. Ling Jueyun's tone turned solemn as he spoke. After all, none of those who had become celestial emperors were easy to deal with. I thought the people I killed earlier were illusory figures formed by the illusory formation. I didn't expect them to be the people you tricked into coming here with me. What are you trying to do? Faced with their gazes, Duan Lingtian looked at Jiang Lan and asked with a gloomy expression, Duan Lingtian. Jiang Lan looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, I didn't expect you to possess a royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, it's a royal-grade celestial weapon that can be combined perfectly. Its power is comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Not only are your innate talent and comprehension skills good, but your luck is also much better than ordinary people. Jiang Lan's words had undoubtedly caused Duan Lingtian to become the center of attention. Royal-grade celestial weapon? Moreover, based on Jiang Lan's words, it was a royal-grade celestial weapon that could be combined perfectly, and its power was comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon? Lin Feiyang and the others were originally in Duan Lingtian's line of sight. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, their eyes lit up like dazzling stars in the night sky, dazzling and eye-catching. Duan Lingtian, he has a royal-grade celestial weapon? It doesn't seem like a single royal-grade celestial weapon. Based on Jiang Lan's words, he has to have at least 2 royal-grade celestial weapons, right? It was difficult for a peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial to not attract attention when he possessed 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. No matter how lucky he is, he's not as lucky as you. It's not easy for a reincarnated celestial to succeed, Duan Lingtian said. Of course. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Jiang Lan raised his head proudly and looked at Duan Lingtian disdainfully. In terms of luck, you can't compare to me. If I were here in my past life, I would have been able to kill you with just a puff of my breath. Jiang Lan is really a reincarnated celestial. This was the first time Jiang Lan had admitted to being a reincarnated celestial. Although Lin Feiyang and the others were mentally prepared, they were still shocked. You can kill me with just a puff of your breath? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and pretended to be surprised as he asked, "Were you a celestial lord in your past life?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Lin Feiyang and the others turned to look at Jiang Lan again. It was obvious they wanted to hear Jiang Lan's answer to Duan Lingtian's question. Celestial Lord? Jiang Lan's expression was filled with disdain when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. A celestial lord is nothing. In my past life, I was a celestial emperor who was superior to a celestial lord. Celestial emperor, Lin Feiyang and the other two-peak overarching heavenly supreme, celestials widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. Although some of them had guessed Jiang Lan was the reincarnation of a celestial emperor when they were at the peak of the huge mountain, they did not dare to believe it. After all, a celestial emperor was too elusive for them. A celestial emperor was a legendary existence that was beyond their reach. However, they were shocked when they heard Jiang Lan's words. Jiang Lan is really the reincarnation of a celestial emperor. In the midst of their shock, they thought of another question. Chapter 30-101 Celestial Emperor. Lin Feiyang looked at Jiang Lan in disbelief as he asked, "Since you're the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, you must be up to something, right?" The reincarnation of a celestial emperor. Lin Feiyang was shocked by Jiang Lan's identity. He found it hard to believe. The strongest person in his territory was a titled celestial lord. As for celestial emperors, they might have appeared in history, but he had never heard of one before, let alone seen one. Even so, the word celestial emperor still made his heart tremble. When he heard Jiang Lan said he was the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, his scalp went numb, and he felt a chill run up his spine. Celestial emperors were extremely powerful and supreme. Moreover, the person standing before him was a celestial emperor in his past life. After experiencing a series of unforeseen events, Lin Feiyang didn't doubt Jiang Lan's words. He also knew that there was no need for Jiang Lan to lie. With Jiang Lan's strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill the rest of them. There was no need for him to lie to them. However, Lin Feiyang could not help but feel curious. As a reincarnation of a celestial emperor, why would Jiang Lan go through so much trouble to gather so many people from so many Devata realms? What was he up to? Lin Feiyang did not believe Jiang Lan had no ulterior motives at all. Since things have come to this, it's not a big deal to tell you. In response to Lin Feiyang's question, Jiang Lan said indifferently, "I've gathered all of you here to sacrifice the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit tree." The heaven's sacrificial divine fruit tree. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, Lin Feiyang and the other two-peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials turned to look at the towering tree on the floating island. This was the first time they had seen this blood-red tree, especially the two blood-red spheres on top of the towering tree. They were constantly squeezing and contracting, as if they were brewing something. Heaven, sacrificial, divine fruit. What's that? He summoned us here to sacrifice the tree. More than 10,000 people have died. What kind of benefits will this tree bring to Jiang Lan? Lin Feiyang and the other two quickly looked away from the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree and back at Jiang Lan. Their eyes were filled with confusion. At the same time, both Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun's eyes followed Lin Feiyang and the other two. They didn't reveal any flaws in front of Jiang Lan. "Chi," Jiang Lan scoffed and said condescendingly, "It's normal for country bumpkins like you to not know about the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit." The heaven's sacrificial divine fruit is Lin Feiyang and the other two-peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials' breathing quickened when they heard Jiang Lan's introduction of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit could allow a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to become a 10 directions celestial duke. Moreover, he could directly comprehend the profundities of a law that he had never come into contact with before. Moreover, he had comprehended at least 6 profundities of that kind of law. Was there someone who had comprehended 8 profundities of a law after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Lin Fei Yang and the other 2-peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials' eyes widened as they gasped in unison. Although Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun's reactions were not as exaggerated as Lin Fei Yang and the other 2-peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, they were equally shocked. As expected of Ling Jun, he's able to remain calm under such circumstances. He's much stronger than Lin Fei Yang. Jiang Lan did not miss the changes in the expressions of Duan Lingtian and the other 4-peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. For this reason, he was even more satisfied with Ling Jueyun. I only hope Ling Jueyun is willing to let me brand his soul with an enslavement mark so he'll submit to me. Jiang Lan's heart was filled with anticipation. As for Duan Lingtian, although he appeared calm, Jiang Lan thought Duan Lingtian was just lucky and had experienced many fortuitous encounters in the past. Therefore, he was not as shocked as Lin Fei Yang and the other 2-peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. After all, Duan Lingtian was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who possessed 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons were not ordinary royal-grade celestial weapons. It's time for me to make my move. Jiang Lan scanned the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit with his divine consciousness and discovered the embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had entered the final stage of fruiting. Jiang Lan's eyes flashed coldly. In the next moment, his aura surged as blue ripples spread out from his body. It was as though a lake had appeared in the void, and a rock had fallen onto the surface of the lake. This is bad. Lin Fei Yang and the other 2-peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials' expressions changed drastically when they saw Jiang Lan's aura. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun looked at each other with a grim expression on their faces. Was Jiang Lan finally going to make his move? Swoosh, swoosh, accompanied by a series of loud sounds that sounded like a flood. Jiang Lan's figure seemed to have turned into a ghost as he flashed through the void. Duan Lingtian and the other 4-peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators who had been accumulating their celestial origin energies since the moment they saw Jiang Lan, apart from Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, Lin Fei Yang and the other 2-peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators instinctively moved closer to Jiang Lan. In Lin Fei Yang and the other 2-peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial's opinion, the only way to deal with Jiang Lan was if they joined forces. What are you 2 doing? If you don't join forces now, are you going to wait for him to defeat you one by one? The middle-aged peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial shouted as he watched Lin Fei Yang and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who looked like a young man joined forces with Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun. Do you think you'll be a match for me if you join forces? As Jiang Lan approached Lin Fei Yang and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators, he suddenly slowed down. He looked at the middle-aged peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators disdainfully before he looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, Duan Lingtian, although the power of your royal-grade celestial weapons is comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon, however, they're not emperor-grade celestial weapons. Today, before you die, I'll show you a real emperor-grade celestial weapon. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, he raised his right hand. A bright blue saber ray shot out from his palm. It was even more dazzling than his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the water elemental profundity. As soon as the bright blue saber ray appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. A moment later, under everyone's watchful eyes, a translucent azure crystal blade appeared in Jiang Lan's hand. The crystal knife was emitting a cold aura. The moment it appeared, a cold aura swept out, causing everyone present to shiver. With Duan Lingtian and the other peak overarching Heavenly Supreme, Celestial Realm cultivators, they were not afraid of the cold. However, the cold aura from the crystal saber was bone-chilling. That's an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. An Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Lin Feiyang and the other peak overarching Heavenly Supreme, Celestials, narrowed their eyes as soon as they heard Jiang Lan's words. However, when they saw the crystal saber in Jiang Lan's hand that emitted a terrifying aura, coupled with Jiang Lan's words, their hearts sank. Earlier, when they found out Jiang Lan was the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, they were still thinking to themselves, perhaps Jiang Lan had not obtained the treasures he left behind in his past life. Or perhaps the treasures he left behind in his past life had been discovered and taken away by someone else. However, now that Jiang Lan had taken out an Emperor-grade celestial weapon, they were in complete despair. If Jiang Lan only had a King-grade celestial weapon to rely on, even if he had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water, the remaining 5-peak overarching Heavenly Supreme celestial weapon might still stand a chance against him. Most importantly, there was another thing. Duan Lingtian had 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, the combined power of the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons was comparable to an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. However, now that Jiang Lan had taken out an Emperor-grade celestial weapon, they no longer had any intention of resisting. Buzz! Jiang Lan attacked with the crystal saber in his hand. A blue saber ray flashed in the air. The peak overarching Heavenly Supreme, Celestial, who looked like a middle-aged man, had just regained his senses when he was killed by Jiang Lan. When he died, his eyes were wide open as he fell to the ground, unable to rest in peace. The middle-aged man was also the first person to die here with an intact corpse. At this moment, the tree of the heavens' sacrificial divine fruit had stopped absorbing the blood and souls of the fallen peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. Clearly, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit no longer needed any sacrifices. The blood and souls it had absorbed were enough for it to condense the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Naturally, it was up to the heavens whether it would succeed or not. Don't kill me. After the peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, who looked like a middle-aged man, another peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, who looked like a young man, kneeled before Jiang Lan. Lord Celestial Emperor, since the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit no longer needs any sacrifices, please spare me. I am willing to give you all of my wealth as long as you spare my life. The peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial begged as he took off his purely defensive kingskin celestial weapon and placed it in his hand along with his spatial ring. It was clear he wanted to exchange his wealth for his life. Do you think your things won't belong to me if I kill you? Jiang Lan asked with a sinister smile on his face. However, when the young man saw Jiang Lan smile, it was like the smile of a devil. He shuddered in fear as he kowtowed and begged, Lord Celestial Emperor, please spare my life. Lord Celestial Emperor, please spare my life. Do you think I'll be interested in your meager possessions? Jiang Lan ignored the young man's begging. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue saber ray shot out from the crystal saber in his hand. Buzz! Chapter 3102. Jiang Lan had killed 2 peak overarching, Heavenly Supreme, Celestials who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law and were on the verge of comprehending the 4th profundity. Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyan were not the only ones who were not surprised by this outcome. Even Lin Feiyang was not surprised by this outcome. Jiang Lan was a reincarnated celestial emperor. He was not even 100 years old, but he had already comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. Naturally, he was stronger than the 2 peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. When Jianglan took out his Emperor-grade celestial weapon, Lin Feiyang knew Jianglan did not need to use a second strike to kill him. For this reason, he was not surprised when he saw Jianglan easily killing two peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials. In his opinion, if he had an Emperor-grade celestial weapon, he would have been able to kill Jianglan even if Jianglan was stronger and more experienced than him. An Emperor-grade celestial weapon was superior to a Royal-grade celestial weapon, let alone a King-grade celestial weapon that was inferior to a Royal-grade celestial weapon. On the other hand, he only had a King-grade celestial weapon. What do you think? Do you have the guts to fight me with the two Royal-grade celestial weapons in your hands? After killing the second peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial, Jianglan's first reaction was to look at Duan Lingtian. A disdainful smile could be seen on his face. However, the smile on his face froze when he saw Duan Lingtian. Initially, Jianglan thought Duan Lingtian would feel fear and despair when facing him. He thought Duan Lingtian might even kneel and beg for mercy like the peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian, he discovered Duan Lingtian was looking at him calmly. There was no hint of joy or sorrow in his eyes. "What, are you going to kill me next?" Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at Jianglan. "I didn't expect you to still be so stubborn at this moment. Why don't you try begging for mercy like the other guy? Maybe I'll spare your life if I'm in a good mood." Jianglan quickly regained his senses. He only thought that Duan Lingtian was forcing himself to hold on. In fact, his heart was definitely filled with fear and despair, but he did not show it. Whoosh! Voila! Almost as soon as Jianglan finished speaking, a raging flame rose around Duan Lingtian's body. Not only did it envelop his entire body, but it also burned even more fiercely, as if it could incinerate everything. Jianglan's sharp eyes narrowed slightly when he sensed the aura of flames on Duan Lingtian's body. "This is the law of fire's burning profundity. You were actually hiding your strength before." Jianglan did not expect Duan Lingtian, whom he thought had only comprehended two profundities from the law of fire and was lucky enough to obtain two royal-grade celestial weapons that could be combined, would hold back when he attacked earlier. Not only had he comprehended the fire elemental profundity and the pillaging profundity, but he had also comprehended the burning profundity. Boom! Rumble! In the next moment, the flames on Duan Lingtian's body exploded, causing dazzling sparks to fly everywhere. Jianglan's eyes widened in shock. This is the explosion profundity. Not only has Duan Lingtian comprehended three profundities from the law of fire, but he has also comprehended the explosion profundity? Jianglan was shocked, completely shocked. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be a monstrous genius like Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang. He was not even 100 years old, but he had already comprehended three profundities from the law of fire. Not only that, but he had also comprehended the fourth profundity, the explosion profundity. Lin Feiyang was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be as strong as him. Moreover, the two royal-grade celestial weapons in Duan Lingtian's possession were not taken into consideration. With two royal-grade celestial weapons that were comparable to Emperor-grade celestial weapons, it would be easy for Duan Lingtian to kill Lin Feiyang. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have hidden your strength so well. Your innate talent and comprehension skills are not inferior to Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang. Jianglan, who was about to make a move against Duan Lingtian, was tempted by Duan Lingtian's strength as well. However, even without the celestial weapons, you're still weaker than me. If we include the celestial weapons, you're still weaker than me, Jianglan said indifferently. As soon as Jianglan finished speaking, he rose into the air and looked down at Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, and Lin Feiyang. I'll give the three of you a chance to live, As long as you're willing to let me plant the wrath brand in your souls, I won't kill you. Not only will I spare your lives, but I'll even give you a chance to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. If the three of you are willing to submit to me, you'll be able to compete for the other heaven sacrificial divine fruit. I'll give the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to whoever is stronger. Of course, that's only if you don't use your 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. Duan Lingtian. When he spoke up to hear, Jianglan subconsciously looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a clear voice, "Enslavement brand." Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. Naturally, he knew what the enslavement brand was. Once it was planted, it would never be removed. Unless the person who planted the enslavement brand took the initiative to remove it, no one would be able to remove it. Moreover, once the enslavement brand was planted, the person who planted the enslavement brand would be enslaved forever. Dream on. Lin Fei Yang was the first to shout, "You want to plant a soul brand in my soul? Impossible. I'd rather die." "You're dreaming." Ling Jueyun sneered as well. "If I submit to you and become your slave, so what if I obtain the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit and become a 10 Directions celestial duke?" Duan Lingtian sneered as well. "It seems like the 3 of you really have a death wish." Although he had already expected this outcome, when he really faced it, Jianglan couldn't help but laugh in anger. "In that case, I'll send all of you on your way and monopolize the 2 heaven sacrificial divine fruits." As soon as Jianglan finished speaking, a dazzling azure saber ray shot out from the crystal saber in his hand, dyeing the cave abode blue. "Kill!" Lin Fei Yang's eyes flashed fiercely as he charged toward Jianglan like a dragon that had just left its lair. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun made their moves as well. They had a tacit understanding throughout the entire process. At this moment, the 3 of them knew they had to join forces to deal with Jianglan and fight for a slim chance of survival. "Ling Jueyun, Lin Fei Yang, I'll kill this Duan Lingtian first. If you regret your decision, remember to tell me in advance so that I won't kill you before you can say anything." Jianglan remained calm in the face of the 3 people charging toward him. At the same time, he did not forget to persuade Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang to consider surrendering to him. "You should know that once you die, you'll lose everything. As long as you're willing to submit to me, I can guarantee you that once I become a celestial emperor in this life, I'll remove the enslavement mark in your souls." As he spoke, Jianglan's words seemed to have made a compromise. Alas, regardless of whether it was Ling Jueyun or Lin Fei Yang, they only responded to Jianglan's words by charging forward with ferocious momentum. At this moment, Ling Jueyun's strength was no different from before. He was still holding back. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian raised his hand when he noticed Jianglan's gaze on him. In the next moment, a 7-colored light shot out from Duan Lingtian's hand. It was none other than the 7 orifices exquisite sword that had been hidden in his body all this time. As soon as the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared, its 7-colored light illuminated the entire cave abode, competing with the blue light from the crystal saber in Jianglan's hand. At this moment, Jianglan, who had easily blocked Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang's attacks, completely ignored them. His eyes were fixed on the 7-colored sword ray in Duan Lingtian's hand. "Duan Lingtian, you've truly surprised me. I thought you were lucky to have 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You have an emperor-grade celestial weapon as well." Jianglan's eyes shone with greed as he stared at the 7-colored sword ray in Duan Lingtian's hand. Although he was a celestial emperor in his past life, he only had 1 emperor-grade celestial weapon, the saber in his hand. Moreover, he was considered one of the stronger celestial emperors in his past life. His strength was almost on par with a titled celestial emperor. Most celestial emperors did not have emperor-grade celestial weapons. Not only did Emperor-grade celestial weapons have high requirements for the celestial weapon craftsman, but it also had high requirements for the materials used to craft them. For this reason, Emperor-grade celestial weapons were extremely valuable. Even the armor on Jiang Lan's body was only a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. It was not an Emperor-grade celestial weapon at all. However, even if it was a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon, with Jiang Lan's current strength, he could still block Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang's attacks for a short time. An Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Lin Feiyang's eyes shifted to Duan Lingtian when the seven-colored light illuminated the cave abode. An expression of disbelief could be seen on his face. Who exactly was this Duan Lingtian who made him feel a sense of familiarity? Why did he have an Emperor-grade celestial weapon? You're the only one allowed to have an Emperor-grade celestial weapon, but not me? Duan Lingtian sneered. Duan Lingtian was not surprised that Jiang Lan had mistaken his seven orifices exquisite sword for an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. He had no intention of correcting Jiang Lan. Moreover, with his current strength, the power of the seven orifices exquisite sword was only comparable to an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. I have to admit, Duan Lingtian, you're extremely talented. Even your luck is enviable. However, you're destined to die in my hands today. Your Emperor-grade celestial weapon is destined to be mine. Chapter 3103. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes in the face of Jiang Lan's menacing aura. Then he opened his eyes abruptly. It was as if a flame had burst out from his eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's body flashed. It was as if he had turned into a ball of fire as he charged toward the menacing Jiang Lan. When the water and fire collided, a series of terrifying explosions reverberated in the air. It was as if the proverb, water and fire are incompatible, was being interpreted. Just as the water and fire powers were in a stalemate, and it was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. Without any warning, a fragrant scent suddenly spread throughout the cave abode. When they smelled the fragrance, Duan Lingtian and the others instinctively looked in the direction of the fragrance. With just a glance, they saw another fruit tree. On the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit, there were two blood-red fruits that were the size of an adult's fist. The blood-red fruits were hanging there. Lightning bolts that resembled small blood-red snakes coiled around them. They would occasionally enter and exit the fruit. This is the fruit of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's embryo has been successfully formed. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly before he forcefully took a deep breath to forcefully calm his surging emotions. This time, he had come for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, he knew that the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was extremely low. Even if he could survive until the end, he might not be able to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. It all depended on luck. Now that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had been successfully formed, he was overjoyed. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit. While Duan Lingtian was overjoyed and trying his best to suppress his emotions, Ling Jueyun, Jiang Lan, and Lin Feiyang also discovered that the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit had been successfully formed. Immediately, their eyes lit up and their breathing quickened. Their chests heaved up and down like bellows. Ha ha! It's a success! I did it! Jiang Lan laughed heartily. His laughter was filled with unparalleled joy. I won't hold back any more. I will kill you all and eat the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. Jiang Lan glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others coldly. He also extended his divine sense and shrouded Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang in case they tried to steal the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit while he was fighting Duan Lingtian. If Ling Jueyun and the other two went to pick the heaven's sacrificial divine fruits, he was confident that he could kill both of them while fighting against Duan Lingtian. Of course, in that case, killing Duan Lingtian would take more time. Your strength isn't bad, and your immortal artifact isn't bad as well. Unfortunately, you haven't completely comprehended the explosion profundity of the fire laws. Otherwise, you would have the ability to fight me." After locking his divine sense on Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyong, Jianlan calmed down and looked at Duan Lingtian again. The crystal saber in his hand shone with a blue saber qi, suppressing Duan Lingtian's sword qi. The sword light that erupted outside the seven-colored sword light was originally aggressive, but after a few rounds, it was suppressed by Jianglan's saber light. Die! Suddenly, Jianglan let out an explosive shout. After blocking Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyong's attacks with his purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, Jianglan took the opportunity to transfer the energy from his purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon to his emperor-grade celestial weapon. At this moment, the azure saber ray surged and caused Duan Lingtian's sword ray to retreat at an even faster speed. This can't go on. If this goes on, we're all going to die. Upon seeing this, Lin Feiyong's eyes widened in fear and anxiety. He was still recovering after unleashing his full strength. At this moment, he had temporarily forgotten about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Although the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was good, he had to be alive to enjoy it. The most important thing now was to find a way to escape from Jianglan. In the next moment, Lin Feiyong gritted his teeth and launched another attack. He did not even have time to recover his strength. Lin Feiyong's frequent attacks landed on Jianglan. Jianglan did not have time to channel his energy into his armor and took Lin Feiyong's attack head-on. Even with the protection of his purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, Jianglan still felt the blood in his body churning. His eyes were bloodshot from anger. "You're courting death!" Jianglan glared at Duan Lingtian. As he shouted, the saber qi from his crystal saber forced Duan Lingtian's sword qi to retreat. After retreating, Jianglan retracted his saber and charged toward Lin Feiyong. Buzz! A saber cry rang in the air. Lin Feiyong, who had lost all his strength, was killed by Jianglan with a pair of eyes filled with despair. In his sect, he was a prodigy with a bright future ahead of him. However, because of his greed, he was trapped and killed by Jianglan. His body and Dao were destroyed. He was unwilling to accept this. Do it! As soon as Jianglan killed Lin Feiyong, a thunderous voice rang from behind Jianglan. It was none other than Ling Jueyun's voice. Swoosh! 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 Along with the ear-piercing sound of a sword whistling in the air, a sword with gray lightning swirling around it appeared in Ling Jueyun's hand. The whistling of the sword came from the tip of the sword. As soon as the sword appeared, the cave abode that was originally filled with blue and seven-colored light was suddenly tainted with a hint of gray. Whoosh! At the same time, a bloody mist surged out of Ling Jueyun's body and merged with his celestial origin energy that was infused with the elemental death element. In an instant, the scythe condensed from Ling Jueyun's profundity of the death god scythe became corporeal. It was as though Ling Jueyun had completely comprehended the profundity of the death god scythe. Before this, although Ling Jueyun could barely use the profundity of the death god scythe, he had only comprehended a superficial level of the profundity of the death god scythe. The condensed scythe was incomparably weak, and its power was incomparable to a corporeal scythe. However, a corporeal scythe could only be used by someone who had comprehended the profundity of the death god scythe to a rudimentary level. Ling Jueyun also has an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Also, he has only comprehended a superficial level of the profundity of the death god scythe. Why does it seem like he has completely comprehended it? Jianglan's expression changed drastically when he noticed the change in Ling Jueyun's strength and the sword that had appeared in his hand. He did not expect this. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who had concealed his strength. Even Ling Jueyun had concealed his strength. Boom! Rumble! At the same time, Jianglan, who was looking at Ling Jueyun, heard a series of thunderous booms behind him. When he instinctively turned around, he discovered that Duan Lingtian's attack had suddenly become much more powerful. The flaming sword beam had completely exploded at this moment, causing him to smell the scent of death. Is this the profundity of explosion? No, this doesn't seem to be the profundity of explosion. Then what is this? Jianglan was completely dumbfounded. This was because he noticed Duan Lingtian's current attack had completely suppressed his strongest attack. At this moment, he finally realized something. Even though Duan Lingtian was at a disadvantage when they exchanged blows earlier, he still held back his strength. Damn it! Damn it! Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Jianglan's expression changed again and again as he was attacked by Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun. However, at the same time, he did not remain idle. He channeled his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the water elemental profundity into the purely defensive royal grade celestial weapon he was wearing. He wanted to use it to defend himself against Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun's attacks. Swoosh! The shadow of the armor rose up and protected Jianglan within, as if it was airtight. Even so, Jianglan did not feel safe at all. An anxious expression appeared on his face as his hands danced in the air. A set of obscure hand seals was formed as he moved his hands. Clearly, Jianglan had left a backup plan for him in his previous life. However, Jianglan did not feel happy at all. This was because he needed time to complete this backup plan. Currently, he did not have time at all. This was because he did not expect Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun to be so powerful that they could completely suppress him. He did not even dare to attack. Currently, Ling Jueyun's strength was not inferior to his, and Duan Lingtian's strength had surpassed his in all aspects. They've hidden their strength too well. They've hidden their strength too well. At this moment, Jianglan was burning with anxiety. At the same time, he was also shocked by the strength displayed by Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun. Let's end this quickly. Ling Jueyun's expression changed slightly when he saw Jianglan activating his defenses and forming hand seals in the air. He shouted to remind Duan Lingtian that he was about to attack. At the same time, he increased his strength and speed. It's too late. Duan Lingtian's entire body was enveloped in flames. The rainbow-colored sword light in his hand swept out. Streaks of sword light condensed from flames rained down on Jianglan like a meteor shower. Jianglan's illusory armor completely shattered when Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian's first wave of attacks arrived. Swoosh! A sword light that was so red that it was almost purple, as if it could annihilate everything, swept out from one side of the void and appeared in front of Jianglan's glabella. No, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Jianglan's mournful voice echoed in the spacious cave abode. It was heart-wrenching. When the sword light that was so red that it was almost purple pierced Jianglan's glabella and swept out from behind his head, Jianglan was completing the last few movements of the set of hand seals. If he was given half a breath's time, he would be able to complete the set of hand seals and activate the defensive array formation in the cave abode, isolating himself and the tree of the heavens' sacrificial divine fruit from the surroundings. The defensive array formation that he had left behind in his previous life could not be broken even with Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun's current strength. With the protection of the defensive array formation, he could easily pluck the two heaven sacrificial divine fruits. If he did not see the fruits of the heaven sacrificial divine fruits, Jianglan might feel indignant, but he would definitely not be as indignant as he was now. He had planned for 2 lifetimes and was about to obtain the fruits of the heaven sacrificial divine fruits. However, he had failed at the last moment. While feeling indignant, Jianglan also regretted it. Chapter 3104. Jianglan regretted his decision as soon as he was about to die. He could have easily obtained the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit and left as long as he spared Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, and Lin Fei Yang's lives. However, he had missed the opportunity to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit because he wanted to kill the 3 Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian after they refused to submit to him. Most importantly, he had underestimated the 3 Duan Lingtian and Lin Fei Yang. When Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun attacked him, he did not have time to activate the defensive formation he had left behind when he was still a celestial emperor in his past life. Spurt. After the sword beam that was so red that it was almost purple passed through Jiang Lan's glabella and came out from the back of Jiang Lan's head. The sound spread throughout the cave abode. The naked eye relied on light, and light was much faster than the speed of sound. After killing Jiang Lan, Duan Lingtian did not retrieve Jiang Lan's emperor-grade celestial weapon and purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. He did not even take Jiang Lan's spatial ring. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian appeared in front of Lin Fei Yang's corpse. At this moment, there was a pool of water hovering above Lin Fei Yang's corpse. If one did not look closely, one would not notice it at all. So this is the second form of the world cleansing divine water. Duan Lingtian asked the 5 divine elements in his body as he stared at the pool of water hovering in front of him that was almost transparent. Apart from the fact that the pool of water was hovering in the air, it was no different from ordinary water. At the very least, Duan Lingtian could not tell the difference. However, when Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness toward the pool of water, he discovered a mysterious energy was preventing his divine consciousness from entering the pool of water. That's right. This is the second form of the world cleansing divine water. However, it's still in a deep slumber. It only left the host's body after the host died. Duan Lingtian nodded. Brat, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you taking it? Now it's in an unconscious state. Any life form that touches it can take it for themselves. The chaos divine, Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Of course, if it's not satisfied with you as its host after it wakes up, it can leave. Of course, with the wise and mighty me here, as long as I open my mouth and persuade it to stay, it will definitely not leave. The chaos divine, Earth's tone was slightly smug as it spoke. Duan Lingtian did not have the time to care about the chaos divine, Earth's arrogance. He raised his hand and grabbed at the puddle of water in front of him. The moment his hand touched the water, he felt a cold sensation. At the same time, he could clearly see the water flowing down his hand and into his body, finally hiding in a corner of his body. When will it wake up? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It depends on how exhausted it is. However, with us in your body, it'll definitely wake up faster than it did when it was in Lin Fei Yang's body, the chaos divine, Earth said. The primal chaos divine flame said, we're both divine element spirits. Although we're not of the same kind, our auras can still provide some help to each other. Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled something. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, I remember you were able to help me refine pills when you were in your second form. The profound divine metal was able to protect my soul when it was in its second form as well. Although the world cleansing divine water is only in its second form, will it be able to help me in some way? A hint of anticipation could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he asked this question. Of course, the Chaos Divine Earth said. The world cleansing divine water has already acknowledged you as its master. Although it's unconscious, it'll still make a move if you're in danger, the primal chaos divine flame said. In its second form, the world cleansing divine water will form a layer of defense around your body when you're in danger. It'll help you offset some of the impact. Naturally, the defense it provides is not as good as the defense provided by the chaos divine earth in its second form. As soon as the chaos divine flame finished speaking, the chaos divine earth's smug voice rang in the air. Of course, my forte is defense. Who among the 5 divine elements can compare to me in terms of defense? defense. That includes soul defense. As soon as the chaos divine earth finished speaking, the profound divine metal's voice rang in the air. The chaos divine earth fell silent immediately. Its forte was material defense. As for soul defense, the profound divine metal was the best among the 5 divine elements. After a brief silence, the chaos divine flame continued to say, apart from that, if you want to inscribe celestial talismans with the help of the world cleansing divine water, the success rate of inscribing high difficulty celestial talismans will increase exponentially. Upon hearing the chaos divine flame's words, Duan Lingtian learned about the benefits of the world cleansing divine water in its second form. Did you just absorb the world cleansing divine water from the 5 divine elements? A voice rang in the air, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. At this moment, he discovered Ling Juyun was standing in front of him. You recognize the world cleansing divine water? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. Of course. Ling Juyun nodded. Then he continued to say, Duan Lingtian, it's meaningless for you to absorb the world cleansing divine water. The 5 divine elements won't choose a descendant of a supreme powerhouse as their host unless they're unconscious. Even if you absorb the world cleansing divine water and make it recognize you as its host, it'll leave you when it realizes you're a descendant of a supreme powerhouse. Ling Juyun said. Why? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of this. In fact, he had never heard of this from the 5 divine elements before this. That's because the bloodline energy of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses clashed with the 5 divine elements. The bloodline energy will constantly absorb the energy of the 5 divine elements. Since the 5 divine elements reside in the bodies of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses, even if they evolve into their next form, they'll revert back to their previous form due to the bloodline energy absorbing their energy. As Ling Juyun spoke, he handed a blood-red fruit to Duan Lingtian. The blood-red fruit was none other than the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that was hanging on the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. There's such a thing? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Ling Juyun's words. He took the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from Ling Juyun. How strange! As a descendant of a supreme powerhouse, you should know about this since you know about the 5 divine elements like the world cleansing divine water. It's common knowledge for the descendants of supreme powerhouses like us. Ling Juyun raised an eyebrow before he said to Duan Lingtian, Let's talk after we leave this place. I'm in a hurry to pluck the heaven sacrificial divine fruit because I'm worried something might happen. Apart from that, I've also kept Jianglan's immortal weapon and spatial ring. Ling Juyun said. As soon as Ling Juyun finished speaking, before Duan Lingtian had a chance to respond, a violent earthquake shook the entire cave. It felt as though the ground was quaking and the mountains were swaying. At the same time, clear spatial cracks appeared in the void. The spatial cracks raged and spread, almost covering every corner of the cave. Let's go! Ling Juyun called out to Duan Lingtian before he took the lead and flew toward one of the spatial tiers. It was clear he wanted to leave this place through the spatial tiers. This was the mystic realm left behind by Jianglan when he was still a celestial emperor in his past life. It was the little world that Jianglan had created in his past life. Now that the little world had been destroyed, they could leave through the spatial tiers. When Duan Lingtian caught up to Ling Juyun and entered the spatial tiers, he could clearly see what was happening. The floating island in the middle of the cave abode had been torn apart and was being sucked into the spatial tiers. As for the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, it mysteriously exploded during this process, turning into dust that scattered in every corner of the small world. If the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was still on the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, it would have been destroyed along with the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Once a little world, created by a celestial emperor, was destroyed. Every spatial tear that appeared in the little world was an exit that led to a place near the little world. If one exited through the same spatial tear, one would be able to reach the same place. For example, Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyin had exited through the same spatial tear and appeared in a mountain range together. So this is Jianglan's trump card. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted slightly. He felt that Jianglan was like a ghost that wouldn't go away. Even if he was dead, he was still looking for trouble for them. Earlier, if Ling Juyin had not plucked the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit first, he and Ling Juyin would have failed just like Jianglan. Jianglan is really something. When the little world he created in his past life was destroyed, the killing formation that enveloped the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was activated and destroyed the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. With his current strength, he won't be able to activate the killing formation. However, with the power from the destruction of the little world, he'll be able to activate the killing formation. Ling Juyin had a grim expression on his face. He was glad that he had plucked the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in time. If he had gone to talk to Duan Lingtian about the world cleansing divine water before plucking the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit would have been destroyed along with it. Is it a coincidence that the little world he created in his past life was destroyed at that time? Duan Lingtian asked. He felt that it was too much of a coincidence that the little world Jianglan created in his past life was destroyed not long after Jianglan's death. Of course not. Ling Juyin shook his head and said, Jianglan must have used the formation to connect his soul pearl to the little world. Chapter 3105. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. You can say that he's not confident enough, or you can say that he's just in case. Otherwise, I'm afraid the tree would have been destroyed along with the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. A glint flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he said to Ling Juyin, Fortunately, you managed to pluck the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in time. Otherwise, the tree would have been destroyed along with the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. A hint of fear could be seen on Duan Lingtian's face when he finished speaking. He had almost missed the opportunity to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. I'm just worried that a long night might bring trouble. No matter what, both of us are the winners this time. A rare smile appeared on Ling Juyan's face. It was a radiant smile. Now, both of you should find a place to consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and digest its efficacy. Ling Juyin suggested. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he and Ling Juyin found a secluded valley nearby and opened up a cave for them to digest the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, I'll be able to break through and become a 10 directions celestial duke within a month? When Duan Lingtian thought about the heaven-defying medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, his emotions surged as he sat cross-legged in his newly opened cave. Most importantly, not only will the heaven sacrificial divine fruit improve my cultivation base, but it'll also help me comprehend a new law. At the very least, I'll be able to comprehend 6 profundities from that law. If I'm lucky, I might even be able to comprehend 7 or 8 profundities from that law. I wonder what kind of law I'll be able to comprehend after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and becoming a 10 directions celestial duke. Due to his curiosity, Duan Lingtian calmed down slightly. At the same time, he brought the heaven sacrificial divine fruit out. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was blood-red as though it was dyed in blood. Blood-red bolts of lightning flashed around the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, weaving through the fruit in a dazzling manner. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit lay in Duan Lingtian's hand like a work of art. Duan Lingtian could not bring himself to eat it. However, due to the temptation of becoming a 10-direction celestial duke and the unknown law he was about to comprehend, Duan Lingtian swallowed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Soon after, only a small seed was left in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was the seed of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Lingtian's S to Duan Lingtian was not surprised. Duan Lingtian's heart as Duan celestial red heart's heart. Duan Lingtian did not even look at the seed before he put it away. Then he shifted his attention to the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that was coursing through his body. After the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit flowed through his body, Duan Lingtian felt a sense of exhilaration. It was as though he had turned into a willow that swayed freely in the air. This was the first time he felt this way. Duan Lingtian did not have to consume the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. In other words, Duan Lingtian did not have to worry about anything. When the time came, his body would absorb the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could only wait. While waiting, Duan Lingtian asked the Chaos Divine Flame curiously, "Senior Chaos Divine Flame, I heard from Lingjun that it's impossible for the 5 divine elements to reside in the bodies of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses." "Yes," the Chaos Divine Flame replied. Then it said something similar to what Ling Juyin had said. "For example, if I reside in the bodies of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses, if I can absorb the other Chaos Divine Flames within a certain period of time, I might revert to my second form due to the power of the bloodline in his body. If this continues, I'll revert to my first form. In the end, I'll be completely absorbed by the bloodline power of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses and cease to exist. To the 5 divine elements, the bloodline power of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses is our nemesis. Of course, the bloodline power can only restrain us if we reside in the bodies of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses. If our host fights with the descendants of the supreme powerhouses, we have nothing to fear even if we encounter the bloodline power. It's just like when you sparred with Ling Juyin previously. Even if he used the bloodline power, you could still defeat him with just one move." The Chaos Divine Flame finished its sentence unhurriedly. After listening to the Chaos Divine Flame's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. He smiled faintly as he muttered to himself, "It seems like Ling Juyin really thinks that I'm a descendant of the supreme powerhouses like him." Duan Lingtian still remembered that Ling Juyin had approached him not long after he had obtained the world-cleansing divine water. He had even said that it was meaningless for him to obtain the world-cleansing divine water. If Ling Juyin knew that he was not a descendant of the supreme powerhouses, he would not have said that. In fact, he might even be envious of him. "Senior, does this mean that those who rely on the 5 divine elements to become supreme powerhouses can't possibly be the descendants of other supreme powerhouses?" Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Previously, he had heard from the chaotic divine flame that one of the ways to become a divine spirit that was above the immortals was to obtain the final form of the 5 divine elements. Naturally, as long as one possessed the final form of the 5 divine elements, one would be able to become a supreme powerhouse. This was the main way to become a supreme powerhouse. "That's right," the Chaos Divine Flame replied. "For this reason, in the long history of heaven and earth, there are very few descendants of supreme powerhouses who can become supreme powerhouses. After all, relying on the final form of the 5 divine elements to become a supreme powerhouse is the main way to become a supreme powerhouse in this world. It's also the easiest way to become a supreme powerhouse. Naturally, it's only a small number, but it doesn't mean that there are no such cases. This is because in history, there have been descendants of supreme powerhouses who have comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws to the extreme. After that, they managed to master it and were rewarded by the heaven and earth law. They were reborn and became supreme powerhouses. However, such cases are extremely rare, the Chaos Divine Flame said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian had to admit that the Chaos Divine Flame's words had broadened his horizons. At the same time, when the Chaos Divine Flame mentioned supreme powerhouses again, Duan Lingtian felt that he was as insignificant as a speck of dust compared to a supreme powerhouse. Supreme powerhouses. I wonder if I, Duan Lingtian, will have the chance to become a supreme powerhouse in my lifetime. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian clenched his fists tightly. A hint of anticipation could be seen in his eyes. However, this anticipation had only appeared for a short while before it dimmed again. Then, Duan Lingtian laughed self-deprecatingly. I'm really daydreaming. Right now, I haven't even rescued Kerr, Little Fei and the others, and I'm already dreaming of becoming a supreme powerhouse. What a joke! After laughing at himself, Duan Lingtian began to feel depressed again. I wonder how Kerr, Little Fei and the others are doing. Also, Father, Mother, Xiling, Niantian, and the others. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and tried his best to calm himself down. However, based on his rapidly swelling chest, it was obvious that he was having a hard time controlling his emotions. After a day and a night, Duan Lingtian finally opened his eyes when the 5 elemental qi surged out from his body. At the same time, the emotions that had been stirring for a day and a night were gone in just a blink of an eye. There was no other reason other than this. He had made a breakthrough. This is a celestial duke? Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly like the stars in the night sky when he sensed the changes in his celestial origin energy. His face was flushed with excitement. When Duan Lingtian broke through and became a celestial duke, Lingjuan, who was in the cave next door, opened his eyes in surprise. After Duan Lingtian, Lingjuan had also made a breakthrough and became a celestial duke. Rewind to a day and a night ago. Duan Lingtian and Lingjuan found a secluded valley and opened up their cave abodes to absorb the heaven's sacrificial divine fruits effects. Soon after, 2 uninvited guests appeared in the area they were in. Lan Yi, based on the current situation, Duan Lingtian must have come to the Jade Emperor Heaven to meet the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. In my opinion, he's most likely dead in the place where the reincarnated Celestial Emperor set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. One of the 2 people who had just landed on the peak of a steep mountain said to the other person, "Let's search for another 10 days to half a month. If we still can't find him, we'll return." The other person said, "If Duan Lingtian was here, he would have recognized the person who had just spoken." This person was none other than Lang Yi, the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, whom he had met outside the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. Lang Yi was in 9 Palaces, Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang. He was much stronger than the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Previously, Duan Lingtian was able to escape from Lang Ye's clutches thanks to the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman given to him by the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. However, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the Blood Skull Gang had sent him to the Blood Skull Gang. Not only had the Blood Skull Gang targeted him when he left the Spirit Overarching Heaven through the transporting formation in the Spirit Overarching Heaven, but they had also found out where he had left the Spirit Overarching Heaven. In the Jade Emperor Heaven, Yen Mountain Mansion in the Equal Heaven Territory. If that brat really died in the place where the reincarnated Celestial Emperor set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he would have gotten away with it. Lan Yi said coldly. Previously, a peak overarching heavenly supreme, celestial, had escaped from under his nose. No matter what the reason was, he still felt humiliated. For this reason, if he encountered that brat again, he would definitely kill that brat. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lang Yi and the other assassin from the Blood Skull Gang used their divine consciousness to search the area where Jianglan had set up the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit in his past life. Chapter 3106. Leng Yi extended his divine consciousness and shrouded the entire canyon. At first, he thought this was just another routine investigation. However, when his divine sense enveloped the canyon and he discovered the two auras in the canyon, his eyes suddenly lit up. One of the auras belonged to the person he was looking for, Duan Lingtian. Found him. Although Leng Yi usually had a cold expression on his face, a bright smile could be seen on his face at this moment. The bright smile only lasted for a moment before it turned into a sneer. I didn't expect him to still be alive. However, it's good that he's alive. I can kill him with my own hands. Leng Yi muttered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for the other blood skull assassin beside him to reply, he swooped down like an eagle. In just a blink of an eye, he had entered the canyon. At the same time, he shrouded the entire canyon with his divine consciousness, not missing a single corner. He was certain Duan Lingtian would not be able to escape under his watch unless he had a celestial talisman like the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. However, a Wind Shadow Escape Talisman like the one Duan Lingtian had used previously was extremely precious, even to Leng Yi. He did not believe Duan Lingtian would have a second Wind Shadow Escape Talisman like that. Duan Lingtian. Leng Yi stood high up in the air in the canyon. His gaze fell on one of the two immortals' caves that were next to each other on one side of the canyon. Do you want to come out on your own, or do you want me to go in and look for you? Leng Yi asked Duan Lingtian mockingly. It was as though he was a cat toying with a mouse. This voice, when Leng Yi's voice entered the cave, Duan Lingtian realized someone was here. Based on the voice, it was not difficult to tell that the person did not have good intentions. Moreover, Duan Lingtian felt that the person's voice was somewhat familiar. After a while, a thought flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind as he recalled where and when he had heard the same voice. Horror dawned on his face immediately. This person, he's the assassin from the Bloodskull gang who attacked me outside the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. A 9 Palaces immortal king assassin. After realizing who it was, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. If it was not for the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman given to him by Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he would not have been able to escape from Leng Yi. Why would a blood skull assassin be here? How did he know I was here? Duan Lingtian didn't think it was a coincidence that the Bloodskull gang had bumped into him here. After all, this wasn't the spirit overarching heaven, but the Jade Emperor Heaven. The Bloodskull gang was an assassin from the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory, so there was no way they would show up here for no reason. Furthermore, even if there was something going on, it was impossible for him to coincidentally appear here. In that case, there was only one possibility. The other party had come for him. Perhaps they were already targeting me before I left the spirit overarching heaven. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, even if I was targeted, Ling Jueyun and I were transported to the Jade Emperor Heaven's equal heaven territory. Even if the Bloodskull gang wanted to kill me, it's impossible for them to know I'm here, right? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Duan Lingtian, who's that? Do you have an enemy here? Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian could only smile bitterly. Even if I wanted to have an enemy here, I'd have to find the time to go out and cause trouble. The person isn't from here. He's from the spirit overarching heavens, southern heaven territory. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. Someone from the spirit overarching heavens, southern heaven territory? He chased you all the way here? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Ling Jueyun's eyes widened slightly. What kind of enmity do you have with him? Why did he chase you all the way here? Moreover, Even if you're targeted in Axe Mountain City before you leave the spirit overarching heaven, they'll still need the profound Nether Mansion's permission to find out where you've gone through the transporting formation in Axe Mountain City. Ling Jueyun's tone turned solemn as he continued to say, ordinary people wouldn't be able to obtain the profound Nether Mansion's permission to spy on the transporting formation set up by the profound Nether Mansion. Who is he? Ling Jueyun asked again. He's an assassin from the Bloodskull Gang. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. The Bloodskull Gang? Is it the Bloodskull Gang, one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory? Ling Jueyun was surprised. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be targeted by the Bloodskull Gang. How did they target you? Did someone issue a mission to kill you? Based on what I know, it's not easy to issue a mission to them. Before Ling Jueyun could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. We'll talk about this later. The most important thing now is to find a way to leave this place. The assassin is a 9 Palaces Celestial King, Duan Lingtian said. A 9 Palaces Celestial King? The Bloodskull Gang sent a 9 Palaces Celestial King to kill you? Ling Jueyun was confused. He could not figure out why they would send a 9 Palaces Celestial King to kill a peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. After a while, Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian left the cave abode together and flew up into the air side by side. He's Duan Lingtian? At this moment, the other assassin from the Bloodskull Gang had followed Ling Yi and appeared next to him. He instantly shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. Before coming here, the assassin was familiar with Duan Lingtian's appearance. Therefore, he recognized Duan Lingtian with just a glance. Yes, it's him. Leng Yi nodded. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. Duan Lingtian, you managed to escape under my nose with the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman given to you by Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. I'm curious. How did you find out I'm here? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Leng Yi. Since you're about to die, there's no harm in telling you this. The vice leader of the Bloodskull Gang has found out through his connections in the profound Nether Mansion that you've teleported to Yen Mount Mansion in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Equal Heaven territory. Yen Mount Mansion is huge. However, we heard that a reincarnated Celestial Emperor had set up a trap to lure people here to sacrifice the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. He had lured peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestials from 5 Devata realms here. The spirit overarching heaven is one of the 5 Devata realms. For this reason, it wasn't difficult for us to guess you were lured here by the reincarnated Celestial Emperor as well. Although the reincarnated Celestial Emperor had used a transporting formation to send you away, we were certain you weren't far away. For this reason, we began to search the area for you. Initially, we didn't have much hope in finding a needle in a haystack. However, we didn't expect to find you here today. It seems like even the heavens don't want you to live. Duan Lingtian. It was clear Leng Yi was certain Duan Lingtian was going to die soon. Otherwise, he would not have said so much. If he had met Duan Lingtian for the first time, he would not have said so much. The reason he had said so much today was due to the humiliation he felt from Duan Lingtian's escape. This time, he was not in a hurry to kill Duan Lingtian. He wanted to wait for Duan Lingtian's despair to reach a certain level before he killed Duan Lingtian. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. I see. Duan Lingtian finally understood Leng Ye's words. Then he shifted his gaze to the other assassin from the Bloodskull Gang who was standing next to Leng Yi. I'm curious, is your companion a 9 Palaces Celestial King like you? Humph. You're pretty smart to have guessed my cultivation base. Duan Lingtian, although this is our first time meeting, I've heard a lot about you. The assassin standing next to Leng Yi said with a scoff. 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings. Ling Jueyun, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, was shocked when he heard the assassin's words. At this moment, he was even more curious. Why would the Blood Skull Gang send such a powerful assassin to kill Duan Lingtian? He was certain there must be a reason behind this. Otherwise, the Blood Skull Gang would not waste their resources like this. To be able to make a name for myself in the Blood Skull Gang and have 2 Nine Palaces, celestial kings, traverse the Devata realms, just to kill me. I, Duan Lingtian, won't die in vain? Duan Lingtian said with a sigh when he heard the words of the assassin standing next to Leng Yi. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a faint smile appeared on his face as he said, "However, I'm afraid both of you will have wasted your time." HM? Duan Lingtian's words came out of the blue, causing Leng Yi and the assassin standing next to him to be taken aback. Both of them were stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. Swoosh! A celestial talisman appeared in Ling Jueyun's hand. Then, a flame enveloped Ling Jueyun at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, Ling Jueyun was engulfed in flames. Boom! A powerful aura surged out of Ling Jueyun's body, causing the expressions of Leng Yi and the assassin standing next to him to change drastically. Based on the powerful aura, it was not difficult for them to tell that the celestial talisman Ling Jueyun had crushed was not an ordinary celestial talisman. Swoosh! Swoosh! Leng Ye's energy surged. However, just as he was about to make a move, Ling Jueyun's flames had already shrouded Duan Lingtian. Then, Ling Jueyun disappeared before Leng Ye's eyes. The celestial talisman that Ling Jueyun had crushed was a life-saving celestial talisman. It was not inferior to the Wind Shadow Escape talisman that Duan Lingtian had used previously. Therefore, it was impossible for Leng Yi to catch up to Ling Jueyun. Chapter 3107. Ah! The moment the other Blood Skull Gang assassin finished complaining, Leng Yi, who had just regained his senses, suddenly let out a furious roar filled with jealousy and indignation. The rolling power in his body swept out in all directions. With his body as the center, a violent explosion occurred. Boom! 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 As Leng Yi vented his strength to his heart's content, rumbling sounds resounded incessantly in the surroundings of the gorge. Rubble swirled in the air as smoke and dust soared into the sky, and it went out of control. As a Nine Palaces celestial king, even if he did not intentionally unleash his energy, it was still a force to be reckoned with. Initially, Leng Yi had thought Duan Lingtian would not have a celestial talisman like the Wind Shadow Escape talisman. He was certain Duan Lingtian would die in his hands. For this reason, Leng Yi was not in a hurry to kill Duan Lingtian. He wanted to wait for a moment before he made a move on Duan Lingtian. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Leng Yi was certain the person with Duan Lingtian would have a celestial talisman that was comparable to the Wind Shadow Escape talisman. That person would be able to bring Duan Lingtian out of Leng Ye's sight and easily shake off his divine consciousness. Leng Yi regretted his decision. He regretted not killing Duan Lingtian as soon as he saw Duan Lingtian. Just as his companion had said, if he had killed Duan Lingtian as soon as he saw Duan Lingtian, the person with Duan Lingtian might not have been able to bring Duan Lingtian away in time. Let's return. Now that we've alerted him, it'll be difficult to find him again. The Blood Skull Gang's assassin said. As soon as he finished speaking, he added, "Don't worry, I won't tell the organization about what happened today. I'll tell them we didn't manage to find Duan Lingtian. However, I hope you won't let your guard down after this incident. Duan Lingtian is only a peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial, and yet he managed to survive until now. It's obvious he's not an ordinary person." Leng Yi nodded. "Thank you." When Leng Yi heard the Blood Skull Gang's words, he quickly thanked the Blood Skull Gang's assassin after he had calmed down. He knew very well that this was not the case. If news of what happened today were to spread to the organization would not let him off easily. It was all due to his carelessness that Duan Lingtian managed to escape. Meanwhile, with the strength granted to him by the celestial talisman, Ling Juyin brought Duan Lingtian away from the valley where they had entered closed-door cultivation and appeared in a forest. "Thank you." Duan Lingtian thanked Ling. If it were not for Ling Juyin, Duan Lingtian would have died in the valley. After all, without a celestial talisman like the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman, he would not have been able to escape from the Blood Skull Gang. "Be nice to Sister Huang." A pained expression appeared on Ling Juyun's face as he said this. He didn't have many of those escaping immortal talismans like the one he used just now. Every time he used one, he would have one less. Back then, when he left his family and the world of divine remains, he didn't manage to take anything with him. The things that he took away originally belonged to him. For this reason, he did not have many things with him. After all, his clan had been annihilated without any warning. He only managed to escape because his cultivation base was low and he had the help of Huang, the soul of a divine artifact. "Don't worry," Duan Lingtian nodded. "She's now the soul of my divine artifact. Naturally, I won't mistreat her. Let's leave this area as soon as possible. If the 2 Palaces, celestial kings from the Blood Skull Gang, continue to search for us, we'll be discovered sooner or later." As soon as Ling Juyin finished speaking, he and Duan Lingtian left the forest in the opposite direction of the valley. "You still haven't told me why the Blood Skull Gang would send 2 Palaces, celestial kings, to kill you. Moreover, 2 of them are 9 Palaces, celestial kings." Ling Juyin could not figure it out. Duan Lingtian was only a peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial. Even if his innate talent and comprehension skills were high, there was no need for them to send 2 powerful assassins to kill him. "The Blood Skull Gang sent 2 assassins to kill me, but I killed them," Duan Lingtian replied. "What?" Ling Juyun's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "Why you killed 2 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang?" Ling Juyun thought he had misheard Duan Lingtian. Based on what he knew, the weakest assassin from the Blood Skull Gang was a 1 basic celestial king. "Yes," Duan Lingtian nodded. "Based on what I know, the weakest assassin from the Blood Skull Gang is a 1 basic celestial king, right? How did you kill them?" Ling Juyin asked. "I used a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon." Duan Lingtian did not hide the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon from Ling Juyin, since he knew Ling Juyin might not be interested in the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, even if Ling Juyin was interested in the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he would not compete with him. After all, Huang, whom Ling Juyin respected a lot, was the sword soul of his 7 orifices exquisite sword. Putting everything else aside, Ling Juyin would not go against him because of this. Although my comprehension of the profundities from the law is mediocre, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon grants me celestial origin energy and soul energy that's comparable to a 1 basic celestial lord. Ordinary celestial kings are no match for me. Duan Lingtian continued to explain. "You have a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon?" Ling Juyin was shocked. His doubts disappeared immediately. If Duan Lingtian really had a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, it would not be difficult for him to kill ordinary celestial kings. Naturally, even if Duan Lingtian used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to temporarily boost his celestial origin energy and soul energy to the level of a 1 basic celestial king, he would not be a match for the 2 Palaces celestial kings from the Blood Skull Gang. This was because the difference in the number of profundities they had comprehended was too great. Most of the 9 Palaces celestial kings in the spirit overarching heavens, southern heaven territory, had comprehended 6 or 7 profundities of a law. Some of them had even comprehended 8 profundities of a law. It was not impossible for 9 palaces, celestial kings, to comprehend 9 profundities of a law. However, there were no such 9 palaces, celestial kings in the southern heaven territory. There were quite a few of such existences in the larger regions of the southern heaven territory. Ling Jueyun. At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of a question. His eyes flashed as he asked, after consuming the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit, not only will I become a 10 directions celestial duke within a month, but I'll also comprehend many profundities of a law. Is it possible for me to comprehend the 4 supreme laws? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, and a hint of anticipation could be seen on his face. This, upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the first thought that appeared in Ling Jueyun's mind was that Duan Lingtian was too greedy. His second thought was that he was looking forward to it. If it was possible, Duan Lingtian hoped that he would be able to comprehend 3 of the 4 supreme laws. After all, the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit would allow him to comprehend many profundities of a law. Naturally, he knew the law of death was the law of death. Duan Lingtian had already comprehended the law of death. Even if the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit allowed him to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws, it was impossible for him to comprehend the law of death. I've only heard that those who consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit will be able to comprehend many profundities of a law. However, I don't know what kind of law they've comprehended. I've never heard that those who consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit won't be able to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws with the help of the fruit. Ling Jueyun replied honestly. Does this mean it's possible? Duan Lingtian was looking forward to it. Even if it's possible, it's unlikely that we'll be able to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws. Ling Jueyun smiled wryly. Why? Duan Lingtian frowned. For example, I comprehended the law of death through my clan's bloodline. Unlike ordinary people who comprehend the law of death and the law of life, my bloodline makes it impossible for me to comprehend the law of life. For this reason, it's impossible for me to comprehend the law of life with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Apart from that, we've come into contact with the law of time in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Although we haven't comprehended the law of time's fundamental profundity, it's still impossible for us to comprehend the law of time. Unless the heaven sacrificial divine fruit helps me comprehend the law of space, it's impossible for me to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. One side is the laws of space, the other side is the laws of 5 elements, and even the laws of wind, lightning, ice, and so on derived from the laws of 5 elements. The chances of comprehending the laws of space are too low. Ling Jueyun said, That's me. Compared to me, the probability of you comprehending one of the 4 supreme laws is much higher. Ling Jueyun looked at Duan Lingtian and continued to say, You've only comprehended the law of time. You've only come into contact with the law of time so far. If you didn't come into contact with the law of life when you obtained the main branch of the divine tree of life, you might have been able to comprehend the law of life, the law of death, or the law of space with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. It was clear Ling Jueyun had taken all the factors into consideration. You recognized the divine tree of life? Duan Lingtian was surprised. If he was not mistaken, Ling Jueyun was present when he bid for the main branch from the divine tree of life. However, he was with the people from the supporting Fall nation, while Ling Jueyun was with the people from the East Ming nation. I'm from a realm of gods, so it's only natural for me to recognize the divine tree of life. Ling Jueyun said, When you bid for the divine tree of life, I knew you must have recognized it. However, at that time, I didn't know you're a descendant of a supreme powerhouse as well. Now that I know you're a descendant of a supreme powerhouse, It's not surprising for you to recognize the divine tree of life. Since you recognized the divine tree of life that day, why did you just watch me bid for it? Didn't you want it? Chapter 3108. Ling Jueyun shook his head when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Not to mention that it's just one of the main branches of the divine tree of life. Even if it's the real divine tree of life, it's useless to me. The divine tree of life can help one comprehend the laws of life, and it also has some other uses. But because it contains the laws of life, it's destined to be impossible for me to use. Due to my clan's inherited bloodline, it's impossible for me to comprehend the law of life. Moreover, the divine tree of life that contains the law of life will reject me. Ling Jueyun's words clearly hinted at something else. I do want the divine tree of life. However, it's impossible for me to use it. I see. Duan Lingtian was enlightened when he heard Ling Jueyun's words. However, he could not help but ask, you could have told the people from the East Ming Nation that the divine tree of life is a treasure. If the East Ming Nation obtains the divine tree of life, they won't mistreat you. Even if I told them about the divine tree of life, I'm afraid they wouldn't understand. Moreover, they might expose my origin. Ling Jueyun shook his head. A hint of disdain could be seen on his face as he said, as for what you said, they won't mistreat me. What do you think they'll give me? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. He recalled Ling Jueyun was from a powerful clan in the divine offering land. How could he lack something that a grade 8 celestial kingdom like the East Ming Nation could possibly provide? Swoosh! Swoosh! Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun traveled at full speed. 5 days later, they arrived at a city controlled by the Yen Mountain Mansion. It was similar to Pu Shan City, which was controlled by the profound Nether Mansion before they left the spirit overarching heaven. This city was called Tianji City. After entering Tianji City, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun stayed in the best courtyard in an inn owned by the Yen Mountain Mansion. Even if the 2 Nine Palaces, celestial kings from the Blood Skull Gang were here, they would not be able to do anything to them. Unless the 2 killers wanted to die, they wouldn't attack them here. There's so many memory immortal talismans. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun stayed in different rooms in the same courtyard. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the room, he noticed many memory immortal talismans on the counter. Of course, one could tell with a single glance that these memory immortal talismans were merely memory immortal talismans that could be used indefinitely. A line of words was carved on the counter where the memory immortal talismans were placed. It was a memory immortal talisman that recorded the major events of the past few years in the Jade Emperor Heaven. That works too. What's the difference between this and the newspapers on Earth? Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile. He didn't expect Swallow Mountain Prefecture's subordinate taverns to be so considerate, even providing a newspaper memory immortal talisman. Duan Lingtian waited patiently for the efficacy of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit to fully assimilate into his body. During his journey to Tianji City, he had already become a 5 elements celestial duke. It took him 8 days to break through from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a 5 elements celestial duke. Moreover, the further he progressed, the slower it became. Previously, it had only taken him a day and a night to break through from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a 1 basic celestial duke. However, it took him another 2 days and a night to break through from a 1 basic celestial duke to a 2-form celestial duke. It took him longer and longer to break through from a 2-form celestial duke to a 3-talent celestial duke, then to a 4-phenomenon celestial duke, and finally to a 5 elements celestial duke. Naturally, it only took him longer to break through compared to the time it took him to break through earlier. In any case, Duan Lingtian would be able to break through and become a 10 directions celestial duke within a month after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, up until now, he had not comprehended any profundities from the law that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit granted him. Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry, since he knew he would be able to comprehend the profundities in 20 days at most. In the next 20 days, I won't be able to cultivate in peace and comprehend the profundities from the law of fire. In that case, I might as well look through these memory celestial talismans to learn more about the major events in the Jade Emperor Heaven. I might have heard of some of the major events recorded in these memory celestial talismans. After all, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven is the Jade Emperor from Earth's myths and legends. The Jade Emperor was the leader of the Celestials in Earth's myths and legends. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian eagerly picked up a memory celestial talisman and extended his divine consciousness to read the information recorded in it. The third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord from the Bright Void territory has become a celestial duke before the age of 100. Moreover, he has comprehended the fourth profundity from the law of space when he created his little world. The memory celestial talisman described how the third son of the titled celestial lord from the Bright Void territory had recently become a one basic celestial duke. Based on this memory celestial talisman, it was not difficult to learn that the third son of the Bright Void celestial lord had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of space before he became a celestial duke. After he became a celestial duke and created his little world, he had comprehended the 4th profundity from the law of space. A one basic celestial duke before the age of 100 who has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of space. The third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord is known as the number 1 prodigy in the Bright Void territory in the past 10,000 years. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile on his face when he read this part of the memory celestial talisman. In the Devata realms, Ling Juyin and I can be considered as rare geniuses in 10,000 years. Not only that, but Ling Juyin and I will break through and become 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in another 20 days. A 10 Directions Celestial Duke who has comprehended 3 profundities from a law and is in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity from a law before the age of 100 in any Devata realm. There might not even be one such person in 100,000 years, right? Or should I say, even in 1,000,000 years, there might not be a single person like us who will appear in a month. Although Duan Lingtian's words were laced with a hint of mockery, he was still shocked by the Bright Void Celestial Lord's third son's comprehension ability. Naturally, he was only shocked by the third son of the Bright Void Celestial Duke. He has comprehended 3 profundities from the law of space before he became a celestial duke. It doesn't matter if the third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord has a high comprehension ability or a fortuitous encounter. He's not simple at all. The law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws. Not only was it mysterious, but it was also very difficult to comprehend. The reason why Ling Juyin was able to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of death, at such a young age was because his family's bloodline could help him comprehend the law of death. Moreover, who was Ling Juyin? He was a disciple of a powerful clan in the divine offering land. Moreover, he was a descendant of a supreme powerhouse. The third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord was merely the son of a ruler of a territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven. In terms of background, he was inferior to Ling Juyin. The Bright Void Celestial Lord was only an ordinary titled Celestial Lord. There were many territories like the Bright Void territory in the Devata realms, and there were many titled Celestial Lords like the Bright Void Celestial Lord. Based on this, it was clear the third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord was extraordinary. However, based on Ling Juyin's age and cultivation base, it's likely he didn't have the time to enjoy the cultivation resources of his clan. For this reason, his current achievements aren't comparable to those of his peers from other powerful clans in the divine offering land. Duan Lingtian had thought about this as well. Even if someone below the age of 100 was from a powerful clan in the Divine Offering Land, it was impossible for him to enjoy the cultivation resources of his clan to be comparable to Ling Jueyun. After all, the Divine Offering Land was a realm of gods that was superior to the Devata realms. Even the top forces in the Devata realms could not compare to the powerful clans in the Divine Offering Land. Let's look at something else. Duan Lingtian put down the memory celestial talisman that recorded the monstrous achievements of the third son of the Bright Void celestial lord from the Bright Void territory and picked up another memory celestial talisman. As soon as he sent his divine consciousness into it, information appeared. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the information. Yang Jian, the three-eyed celestial emperor, a subordinate of the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, has challenged Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, for the 98th time. Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, managed to severely injure Yang Jian with just 3 strikes? In the past, Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, was able to defeat Yang Jian after exchanging 100 strikes. Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, seems to have reached the threshold of godhood. The memory celestial talisman Duan Lingtian picked up contained this information. The 2 familiar names in it caused his mind to wander. Yang Jian, the three-eyed celestial emperor, Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor. If I'm not mistaken, Yang Jian and Sun Wukong should be the true Lord Erling and the great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong. The Jade Emperor is the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. According to the legends on Earth, Yang Jian is the Jade Emperor's nephew. Therefore, it's not surprising that he's a titled celestial emperor under the Jade Emperor's command. Sun Wukong is known as the great sage, heaven's equal. The heaven's equal celestial emperor, heaven's equal, should be the same person as Sun Wukong. Based on the information recorded in the memory celestial talisman, it seems like Sun Wukong has reached the threshold of godhood. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew that godhood represented the strongest force in the Devata realm. Chapter 30-109. Sun Wukong has reached the threshold of becoming a god. In other words, he's a 10 directions celestial emperor now. As for Yang Jian, since he dares to challenge Sun Wukong so many times, he must be a 10 directions celestial emperor as well. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out based on the information in the memory celestial talisman. Originally, after knowing that most of the characters in Earth's myths and legends really existed, he was very much looking forward to seeing them with his own eyes in the future. If he could drink and chat with them, he would definitely drink with them until they were drunk. However, after learning about Sun Wukong and Yang Jian's strength, Duan Lingtian realized that he was not a match for them. Even Sun Wukong and Yang Jian's disciples would not want to talk to him, let alone Sun Wukong and Yang Jian, who were at the peak of the Devata realms. If I want to talk to them as equals, I need to be at least as strong as them. I'm still too weak. Duan Lingtian sighed as he put down the memory celestial talisman in his hand. Regarding this point, he was still aware of his own limitations. After putting down the memory celestial talisman, Duan Lingtian picked up another memory celestial talisman. These memory celestial talismans recorded all sorts of strange and interesting events. However, to Duan Lingtian they were merely for fun. He would not waste time after reading them. After reading these memory celestial talismans, Duan Lingtian gained a better understanding of the vastness of the Devata realms. It was much more vast than he had imagined. For example, the Yen Mount Mansions, Equal Heaven Territory, and the profound Nether Mansions, Southern Heaven Territory, were just small territories in the Jade Emperor Heaven and the Spirit Overarching Heaven. These territories were ruled by titled celestial lords. Generally, there was only one titled celestial lord in these territories. I'm too weak. I'm too weak now. Even though I managed to break through and become a 10 directions celestial duke with the help of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit, I'm still too weak. Above a 10 directions celestial duke was a celestial lord. Celestial lords were divided into 10 stages. Apart from that, they were also divided into ordinary celestial lords and titled celestial lords. Above the immortal emperor was the immortal emperor. Celestial emperors were divided into ordinary celestial emperors and titled celestial emperors. Even titled celestial emperors had differences in strength. Powerful titled celestial emperors were like Sun Wukong, Yang Jian, and the heavenly emperors of Devata realms. If Sun Wukong is really close to becoming a god and managed to injure Yang Jian with just 3 strikes, I'm afraid he's as strong as a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. I wonder if his personality is as wild and unruly as the legends on Earth say. If he is, will he challenge the Jade Emperor to become the new heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian became a little curious and at the same time a little expectant. If Sun Wukong really challenged the Jade Emperor and succeeded, the news would definitely spread throughout the Jade Emperor Heaven. Such a big matter would definitely spread to the spirit overarching heaven in the future. Therefore, even if he returned to the spirit overarching heaven, he would definitely receive news. Currently, my cultivation base is improving, but the profundities of the laws have yet to appear. Although Duan Lingtian was not worried about the profundities of the laws, as the days passed, he could not help but feel anxious. To calm himself down, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the little worlds that could be created by celestial dukes and above. However, although celestial dukes and above could create little worlds, there were still differences. For example, the little worlds created by celestial dukes could only be carried around. To be more precise, they could only create a little world in their bodies. The little world was similar to a spatial ring that could store things. Unlike a spatial ring that could not store living things, a little world could store living things. On the other hand, a little world created by a celestial king could be stored in a fixed location. Similar to the little world created by a celestial king from the blissful sect when Duan Lingtian first arrived in the Devata realms. It was similar to a secret realm. That was how he met Morongbing. A little world created by a celestial lord was naturally stronger than a little world created by a celestial king. For example, the southern heaven ancient realm that Duan Lingtian had entered previously was a little world created by a southern heaven celestial lord in the southern heaven territory. However, after the little world was created by a southern heaven celestial lord, the successive southern heaven celestial lords would maintain it so that it would not collapse or disappear due to excessive consumption. Little worlds created by celestial kings and celestial lords could exist as secret realms. It was fine if no one entered the secret realms. However, if someone entered the secret realms would collapse and disappear. I have seen the method to create a little world in the Simplicity Celestial sect. Let's try to create a little world now. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian tried to create a little world in his body based on the method he had seen before. Creating a little world required the celestial origin energy of a celestial duke and the soul energy of a celestial duke. Moreover, after the little world was created, the celestial origin energy and soul energy would have to be nourished for a period of time before the space inside the little world would stabilize. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would be able to create a little world that was comparable to a one basic celestial duke's celestial origin energy and soul energy if he used the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. After all, the celestial origin energy and soul energy would have to be nourished for a period of time. For this reason, it was impossible to create a little world in a short period of time. Swoosh! Swoosh! Duan Lingtian mobilized the celestial origin energy in his body and gathered it together before it began to condense. If he wanted to create a little world, he would have to gather his celestial origin energy and condense it with the help of his soul energy. Once the celestial origin energy reached its limit, it would explode and create a little world. If you want to create a little world, I suggest you create it near your heart. The profound divine metal's voice rang in the air while Duan Lingtian was busy condensing his celestial origin energy to prepare for the little world. Near my heart? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Why? There might be a surprise. The profound divine metal replied. A surprise? Duan Lingtian was still puzzled. However, the profound divine metal had no intention of answering his question. Even the chaos divine flame and the chaos divine earth remained silent. It was fine if the chaos divine flame did not say anything, but the chaos divine earth's silence surprised Duan Lingtian. Chaos divine earth, aren't you going to tell me what the surprise is? The chances are low. It'll be a surprise if it works. If it doesn't work, there's no point in talking about it now. The chaos divine, Earth's childish voice rang in the air. However, it kept Duan Lingtian in suspense. This made Duan Lingtian even more puzzled. There's still a chance. Don't forget that this brat has 99 heavenly veins. Moreover, the main branch of the divine tree of life has already acknowledged him as its master. The chaos divine flame said. It's less than 30%, the profound divine metal said again. Clearly, it was telling Duan Lingtian that the chances of success were less than 30%. This made Duan Lingtian even more puzzled. However, the 5 divine elements did not say anything else. Although Duan Lingtian was puzzled, he did not ask any questions. He continued to focus on gathering his celestial origin energy. This was because he knew that he would be able to find the answers to all his questions after he opened up the small world. Naturally, he would still follow the profound divine metal's advice and create a little world near his heart. Time continued to pass. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. With the help of his soul energy, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy was finally condensed to its peak. I've finally reached the final stage. According to the records of celestial dukes opening up little worlds, I should pour all my soul energy into the extremely condensed celestial origin energy and use it to open up a little world. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, during the process of creating a little world, I can't slack off on using my soul energy. I'll have to use my celestial origin energy to create a little world. Of course, the small world that is constructed is cold and empty at first, just like the space inside a storage ring. If you want to make it colorful, you'll have to move soil in and plant flowers and trees in. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian controlled his soul energy and pierced it into the celestial origin energy that had been condensed to its peak. For Duan Lingtian, who had studied little worlds created by celestial dukes, this was not difficult at all. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Duan Lingtian's soul energy was like the hand of the god of creation. It manipulated the condensed celestial origin energy to create a little world in his body. First, he had to outline the rough trajectory of the little world. Next, he had to fill out the trajectory so that the little world would gradually take shape. At this moment, whoosh, a sound that sounded like some kind of energy was released, suddenly rang in Duan Lingtian's body. To be more precise, it came from his heart. In the next moment, just as Duan Lingtian was using his soul energy to fill out the trajectory of the little world, a sudden change occurred. The main branch of the divine tree of life that had been rooted in Duan Lingtian's heart suddenly shone brightly. In the end, it left Duan Lingtian's heart and flew toward the little world that Duan Lingtian was still creating. In just a few moments, it seemed to have transformed into a force that could absorb all rivers into the sea before it merged with Duan Lingtian's little world. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that the 99 heavenly veins in his body had become boiling hot. The heaven and earth spirit energy was surging in from the outside and transforming into celestial origin energy that flowed through all the heavenly veins in his body toward his heart. To be more precise, it was gathering in the little world that he was creating. This, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Chapter 3110. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's soul energy stopped moving in a timely manner. However, even though his soul power had stopped moving, the small world in Duan Lingtian's body continued to outline and construct at an even faster speed than before. The celestial origin energy from the 99 heavenly veins in Duan Lingtian's body continued to form the little world in his body. It was as though they were being controlled by something, helping Duan Lingtian to quickly form the little world. Is that the main branch of the tree of life? At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw. The main branch of the divine tree of life was rooted in the center of his small world that had yet to fully form, like the roots of an old tree. Below the main branch of the divine tree of life, there was a patch of soil, and the soil was emitting a green light. Under the cover of the green light, a grassy lawn appeared at the right time. Furthermore, there are flowers of various colors appearing on the grassy lawn. It was like 100 flowers competing with each other. It was gorgeous and dazzling. This is what's going on. Immediately after, Duan Lingtian saw that as the divine tree of life continued to emit waves of faint light, this light quickly enveloped the entire small world that had yet to take shape. At the same time, the celestial origin energy from the 99 heavenly veins in Duan Lingtian's body surged into the little world. It was as though the little world was suddenly filled with flesh and blood. Numerous small mountains seemed to rise out of thin air. There was water in the mountains, green grass like a cushion, and some lush flowers and trees appeared at the right time. As time passed, the small mountain formed a beautiful valley. The water on the small mountain gathered together to form a waterfall. The waterfall splashed down, causing a crystal-clear lake to appear in the valley. In the lake, pebbles of various colors were faintly discernible. The next moment, Duan Lingtian saw something else. On the grassland in the valley, numerous tiny figures appeared one after another, and they were actually some birds and beasts. They flew and swam happily in the valley, and it seemed to form a beautiful picture that caused Duan Lingtian to be completely stunned. However, these birds and beasts only circled around the main branch of the divine tree of life at the center of the valley. It seems that all of this has something to do with the main branch of the divine tree of life. Now, it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to see that the changes in his small world were related to the changes in the main branch of the tree of life. He actually succeeded. The chaos divine, Earth exclaimed in its childish voice. Its voice was filled with surprise. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered that the chaos divine Earth had left its original location and was heading straight for his little world. Now the construction of the small world was nearing its end. As soon as the chaos divine Earth entered the lesser world, it took on a human form. It looked like a little boy who was about 3 years old. Although its facial features had yet to fully develop, its chubby face made it look adorable. Although the chaos divine Earth had taken on a human form, its silhouette was extremely illusory. It was like a cloud of fog that could be easily blown away. Not bad, not bad. The little world is filled with the life energy of the divine tree of life. I can take on a human form. The little boy nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the main branch of the divine tree of life that had taken root in the ground. Swoosh! Swoosh! After the little boy appeared in the valley, 2 other figures appeared as well. Just a moment ago, Duan Lingtian discovered that the profound divine metal and chaos divine flame had entered his little world. The profound divine metal had taken on the form of a middle-aged man dressed in a long golden robe. The middle-aged man had a dignified appearance and a dignified appearance. On the other hand, the chaos divine flame had taken on the form of an old man dressed in a long red robe. He was tall and had a flame mark between his eyebrows. However, whether it was the little boy, the middle-aged man dressed in a golden robe, or the old man dressed in a red robe. Their silhouettes were somewhat illusory. "What's going on?" At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally could not suppress the confusion in his heart and asked the three of them, "Lad, you're quite lucky. The divine tree of life has acknowledged you as soon as you've created your little world." The little boy in the chaos divine earth chuckled as he said, "You should know that the chances of this happening aren't high. Even if you have 99 heavenly veins, the chances of this happening are less than 30%. What's the use of this?" Duan Ling Tian asked bluntly. What he wanted to know the most was what benefits would he gain from such a situation. "Of course it's useful," the little boy replied in a childish voice. "The main branch of the divine tree of life has taken root in your little world. Not only will it reduce the obstacles on your path to becoming a supreme powerhouse, but it'll also help you subtly comprehend the law of life. In the past, even with the help of the main branch of the divine tree of life, you still had to rely on yourself to comprehend the law of life. However, now that the main branch of the divine tree of life has taken root in your little world, even if you don't actively comprehend the law of life, you'll still be influenced by your little world. As long as you have enough time, you'll be able to passively comprehend all the profundities from the law of life. In fact, you'll even be able to comprehend all the profundities from the law of life to the mastery stage. Of course, that'll take a very, very long time. You can also take the initiative to comprehend the law of life. That way, the speed at which you comprehend the profundities from the law of life won't be slower than the speed at which you comprehend the profundities from the law of the 5 elements with our help." Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the little boy's words. He did not expect that the divine tree of life taking root in his little world would bring such benefits to him. "Lad, you should take advantage of the fact that the divine tree of life is helping you to construct your little world. Who knows, you might even be able to comprehend the law of space." The golden-clad middle-aged man, the profound divine metal, said to Duan Lingtian, "The law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws. If you want to comprehend it, you must first open this door. Now is the best time for you to open this door. You won't always have such a good opportunity to open the door to the law of space." A hint of urgency could be heard in the profound divine metal's voice as he spoke. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the profound divine metal's words. At the same time, he discovered he did not have to worry about the little world anymore. The main branch of the divine tree of life was guiding the celestial origin energy from his 99 heavenly veins to construct his little world at an extremely fast speed. The law of space. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He extended his divine consciousness and touched the little world that had yet to take shape. It was as though he was trying to comprehend something from it. The little world was taking shape at an extremely fast speed. When Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness touched the little world, he could vaguely sense something. This was related to the law of space. Naturally, Duan Lingtian would need time to comprehend this, since he had never come into contact with the law of space before this. Without realizing it, Duan Lingtian was so immersed in the little world that he did not even realize it had taken half an hour for the little world to take shape. Currently, he was still immersed in the little world that had yet to take shape. Duan Lingtian was trying his best to grasp the profundity of the law of space. However, the profundity of the law of space was like a loach that he could not grasp at all. A large amount of mysterious and obscure information suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind and rushed into his mind. Duan Lingtian was dazzled by the influx of information. It took him a while to regain his senses. At the same time, Duan Lingtian had an unusually clear feeling that this information was closely related to the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that was still in his body. This was because the moment the mysterious and obscure information rushed into his mind, The medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in his body began to boil as though it had been injected with chicken blood. At that moment, he only felt a burning sensation all over his body, and his scalp went numb like a flash in the pan. What's going on? After a while, Duan Lingtian felt as though there was something in his mind. He opened his eyes and moved his hands slightly. He seemed to have a strange feeling about the void around him. This feeling was like the feeling of control. It was as if he could control the surrounding void. Could it be? Suddenly, a thought popped into Duan Lingtian's mind. This thought made his eyes light up. At this moment, if someone were to look into Duan Lingtian's eyes, they would definitely discover that Duan Lingtian's eyes were now as bright as the stars in the night sky. They were so dazzling that they could blind a normal person. Hiss! Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. At the same time, he began to digest the information that he had originally thought was mysterious and obscure. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized that the information that he had thought was mysterious and obscure was something that he had been born with. This information further proved to him that his previous guess was right. As expected, Duan Lingtian clenched his fists in excitement. His entire body began to tremble, and the frequency of his trembling increased until it was uncontrollable. It was not difficult to see that Duan Lingtian was so excited that he was on the verge of insanity. If someone else was here, they would definitely be frightened by him. The law of space, the law that the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit helped me comprehend, is actually the law of space. The reason why Duan Lingtian was so excited was because Chapter 30, 111. Before the appearance of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, Duan Lingtian had been hoping he would be able to comprehend one of the four supreme laws. According to Ling Jueyun, since he had encountered the law of time in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm in the profound nether mansion, it was impossible for him to comprehend the law of time with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, he had a chance to comprehend the other three supreme laws, the law of space, the law of life, and the law of death. Even then, Duan Lingtian did not have high hopes. After all, the supreme laws were much harder to comprehend compared to ordinary laws. Although the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was heaven-defying, it might not be able to help him comprehend the supreme laws. Today, he had created his first little world. Initially, everything was going according to plan. However, the main branch from the divine tree of life that had acknowledged him as its master had suddenly interfered. Since the main branch from the divine tree of life had helped him complete his little world, he did not have to interfere with the creation of his little world. While Duan Lingtian was still in shock and at a loss, the profound divine metal suddenly asked him to use his divine consciousness to observe the process of the divine tree of life completing his little world. Perhaps he might be able to comprehend the law of space. With the profound divine metal's reminder, Duan Lingtian focused on observing the process of the divine tree of life completing his little world. At this moment, a lot of information appeared in his mind. At first, he found it difficult to comprehend. However, after a while, he felt familiar with the information as though he was born with it. After reading the information, Duan Lingtian was certain he had comprehended the laws of space. This information was related to many profundities of the law of space. Clearly, the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit had helped him comprehend the various profundities of the law of space. After all, the information had appeared in his mind. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit resonated with the information. The law of space. Duan Lingtian tried his best to suppress his excitement as he studied the law of space that had appeared in his mind. The law of space that the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit helped me comprehend is 6 profundities. After confirming that he had comprehended 6 profundities of the law of space, Duan Lingtian's heart, which had finally calmed down with great difficulty, was once again stirred up. He couldn't calm down for a long time. Although he had learned that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit could help one comprehend at least 6 profundities of a law, and some had even comprehended up to 8 profundities of a law after consuming the fruit, Duan Ling Tian was shocked. Comprehending 6 profundities of a particular law was considered to be relatively ineffective. However, Duan Ling Tian was not disappointed that the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit had only helped him comprehend 6 profundities of the law of space. Although he had only comprehended 6 profundities, they were not ordinary profundities. This was the profound meaning of the laws of space. Spatial laws were one of the 4 supreme laws. The difficulty of comprehending them was far more difficult than ordinary laws. Ordinary laws could be comprehended through celestial methods and divine abilities, but the 4 supreme laws, such as the space law, could not be comprehended through celestial methods and divine abilities. For this reason, it was much more difficult to comprehend the 4 supreme laws compared to ordinary laws. Duan Ling Tian was very satisfied that he had comprehended 6 profundities of the law of space in just one day. He was even slightly overjoyed with this result. This could be seen from the excitement in Duan Ling Tian's heart that took a long time to calm down. The heaven's sacrificial divine fruit helped me comprehend 6 profundities of the law of space. After about 15 minutes, Duan Ling Tian finally calmed down and shifted his attention to the 6 profundities of the law of space that he had comprehended with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The 6 profundities include the space elemental profundity, the fundamental profundity of the law of space. Apart from the space elemental profundity, there are 5 other profundities. They are the confinement profundity, the distortion profundity, the teleportation profundity, the cross-dimensional / profundity, and the territory profundity. The confinement profundity is mainly an auxiliary profundity. The distortion profundity and the cross-dimensional / profundity are mainly offensive profundities. The teleportation profundity is mainly a speed profundity. The territory profundity is mainly a defense profundity. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit helped Duan Ling Tian comprehend the law of space's profundities. However, to Duan Ling Tian, it was as though he had comprehended the profundities on his own. Not only was he familiar with the profundities, but he also knew the characteristics of the profundities. Moreover, he could even use them as though they were part of his body. The confinement profundity. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body. It merged with the space elemental profundity before it turned into a gray energy that spread out in the air. In the next moment, this is it. Duan Ling Tian's gaze passed through the window that he had just pushed open and locked onto a black beetle that was gnawing on a tree bark in the courtyard. With just a thought, the air around the black beetle began to tremble. At the same time, the black beetle flapped its wings in an attempt to leave the tree. However, as soon as it flew up, it seemed to have bumped into something and bounced back. It could not leave the tree at all. After that, no matter which direction it went, it couldn't get more than a foot away from the branch. With the tree as the center, the area within a 1-foot radius seemed to be confined by something. It was impossible for the black beetle to leave. Duan Ling Tian had used the confinement profundity from the law of space to confine the 1-foot radius around the tree. The black beetle was trapped in the space and could not leave the area. It was like a trapped beast. Withdraw! Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. The 1-foot radius around the black beetle began to shrink at an extremely fast speed. After a while, the black beetle was squeezed into a ball before it exploded into a bloody mist. The bloody mist was accompanied by debris. It was clear that the black beetle's carapace, bones, and flesh were crushed. Not only can the confinement profundity from the law of space trap people, but it can also injure and kill people. Although Duan Ling Tian had certain understanding of the law of space when he was in the Simplicity Celestial sect, the confinement profundity, most of the information recorded in the Memory Celestial Talisman was only theoretical. now that he had personally used the confinement profundity to kill the black beetle. Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of how terrifying the confinement profundity was. The distortion profundity. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the tree branch where the black beetle had been. With just a thought, he activated the distortion profundity from the law of space, causing the space around the tree branch to distort. In the next moment, the tree branch swayed violently before it was reduced to dust. It was as though it had just experienced a terrifying storm. The cross-dimensional / profundity. With just a thought in Duan Lingtian's mind, a tiny spatial tear suddenly appeared in the sky. As soon as the spatial tear appeared, a blade flew out of it. It was as though it was an attack from another dimension as it traversed space and arrived here. Buzz! As the saber swept past, not only was the tree branch cut in half, but the part of the tree that was cut in half was also damaged as though it had been corroded by something. The cross-dimensional / profundity is not only powerful, but it also contains a powerful corrosive energy that corrodes everything. If a person is hit by the cross-dimensional / profundity, not only will the place where the cross-dimensional / profundity be severed, but the corrosive energy will also enter the person's internal organs and corrode them. Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply. The cross-dimensional / profundity was one of the most peculiar profundities in the law of space. It was as though it was an attack from another dimension. It was impossible to guard against it. At the same time, it had a terrifying, corrosive effect. The teleportation profundity. When Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the law of space's teleportation profundity, he raised his hand and closed all the windows in the room. For a moment, the room seemed like a sealed space. In the next moment, swoosh! Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity surged out of his body and shrouded him. After a few moments, he disappeared from the room. When he reappeared, he was already in the courtyard outside the room. The teleportation profundity allows me to move through space. I can move from one place to another even if there are obstacles in the way. Just like earlier, I didn't encounter any obstacles when I disappeared from the room and reappeared here. I directly disappeared from there and teleported here through space, Qin Wentian said. However, it seems like the maximum distance I can teleport to is 100 meters. A distance of 100 meters was considered far for an ordinary person. Even if it was 100 meters, it would take at least 10 seconds. However, to the current Duan Lingtian, although the distance of 100 meters could not be said to be within reach, it was still a distance that could be traversed with just a thought. The attack that he consolidated could traverse 100 meters in just a blink of an eye. The teleportation profundity from the law of space. When it's at the rudimentary stage, I can teleport 100 meters away. When it's at the initial stage, I can teleport 10,000 meters away. When it's at the mastery stage, I can even teleport 1,000,000 meters away. That's 2,000 miles away. I can teleport 1,000,000 meters away in just an instant. Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply when he thought about this. He could only imagine how terrifying the teleportation profundity was when it was at the mastery stage. However, even though I've comprehended the teleportation profundity to the rudimentary stage, it's still much stronger than the speed profundity that's at the rudimentary stage. After all, it's a technique that allows me to teleport without any obstacles. When he was in a battle, he could instantly appear behind his opponent like a ghost. Even if his opponent reacted in time, he would have already made a move. Chapter 31:12. Bang! Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the courtyard outside his room, suddenly stomped his foot on the ground. With a soft thud, he rose into the air and hovered in the air. The territory profundity. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian cast the territory profundity, one of the 6 profundities from the law of space. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the space elemental profundity swirled around him. In just a blink of an eye, the space territory was formed. In the space territory, tiny cracks in space could be seen everywhere. It was as though the energy from another dimension had emerged from the cracks in space. It looked like gray lightning bolts that surrounded Duan Lingtian. Although the space territory was a defensive profundity from the law of space, it was not lacking in offensive profundities. It was just that it was more focused on defense. When I use my territory power Upanishad, if someone fights me at close range, he has to defend against both my attacks and the attacks generated by the territory power Upanishad. Otherwise, he will be attacked by the space energy inside the territory power Upanishad. In the space territory, Duan Lingtian spread his arms and merged with the space energy in the space territory. He could clearly feel the sharp aura of the space energy in the space territory. It was as though as soon as something invaded the space territory, it would immediately attack. However, at this moment, the sharp space energy wrapped around Duan Lingtian's body like a warm embrace. It gave Duan Lingtian the feeling of being in his mother's embrace when he was a child. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a fly flying in the air. He raised his hand at lightning speed, and an invisible energy swept out. It wrapped around the fly and brought it into the space territory around him. As soon as the fly entered the space territory, Duan Lingtian removed the energy that enveloped the fly. Chi, 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 chi. After the little fly entered Duan Lingtian's space domain and lost the protection of Duan Lingtian's power, it was directly cut into countless pieces by the space domain, turning into fine powder that slowly fell to the ground. Based on my understanding of the laws of space's domain profundities, when one reaches the entry level of the domain profundities, they can extend their domain profundities to a distance of 10 meters. In the small success realm, it could reach a range of 100 meters. When it reaches the realm of great accomplishment, it can reach a distance of 1,000 meters. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian tried to release his domain mysteries, but he found that he couldn't release his domain mysteries beyond 10 meters. It was just as he had expected. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian restrained the raging celestial origin energy on the surface of his body, and he descended from the sky. When he landed on the ground, it was difficult to conceal the pleasantly surprised expression on his face. The law of space had 6 profound meanings. In just a blink of an eye, he had comprehended all of them. Even if the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had helped him comprehend 9 profundities from an ordinary law, he might not have been as happy as he was now. After all, the law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws, and the profundities it contained were notoriously difficult to comprehend. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. A flash of inspiration appeared in his mind as a piece of information flashed past. His eyes widened as he muttered to himself, "This is the law of space's transportation profundity." At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered another thing that surprised him. It was the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Apart from helping him comprehend 6 profundities from the law of space, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had also helped him comprehend the 7th profundity from the law of space. The 7th profundity was none other than the transportation profundity. Generally speaking, transportation could only be achieved through a transporting formation. However, those who had comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity could also use it. Naturally, even if he had comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity to the mastery stage, the distance he could travel was limited. It was impossible for it to be comparable to large-scale transporting formations that required a large amount of celestial origin energy and rare materials. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had only comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity. It would take him a lot of time and effort to comprehend it to the mastery stage. However, even so, it did not affect Duan Lingtian's surprise. Comprehending the law of space's profundity meant one had opened the door to the profundity. It was only a matter of time before one comprehended it to the mastery stage. Time continued to pass by quietly. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed since Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyin had consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. In a remote valley outside Tianji City, two figures could be seen moving around like ghosts. One of them shone with golden light all over his body, as if a god had descended to earth. Around his body, streaks of golden sword light whizzed out. As for the other person, his exposed body suddenly disappeared into thin air in the face of his opponent's ferocious attack. When he reappeared, he was behind his opponent again. "I can't help it. Unless I'm slightly stronger, I won't be able to keep up with your speed." The person whose body was covered in golden light retracted, revealing a gray figure. It was a young man in gray robes. He looked at the purple-clad young man who had reappeared a few dozen meters away and sighed. "With this technique, you'll be invincible even against those who are stronger than you, as long as they don't specialize in speed." A hint of helplessness could be heard in the gray-clad young man's voice when he spoke. These two figures were none other than Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyin, who had checked out of Tianji City early in the morning. Currently, Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyin had successfully become 10 directions celestial dukes with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Moreover, they were 10 directions celestial dukes who were very close to becoming celestial kings. Naturally, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was not as simple as it seemed. Apart from helping Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyin break through and become 10 directions celestial dukes, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had also helped them comprehend many profundities from a law they had never encountered before. For example, Duan Lingtian had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space and was in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity from the law of space. As for Ling Juyin, he had comprehended 8 profundities from the law of metal. He only needed to comprehend the last profundity from the law of metal before he completely comprehended all the profundities from the law of metal. Ling Juyin, who had comprehended 8 profundities from the law of metal, was shocked Duan Lingtian had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws of space. However, when he found out Duan Lingtian had only comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space, he was delighted and challenged Duan Lingtian. For this reason, both of them had left Tianji City and came here to duel. During their previous duel, Ling Juyin had lost to Duan Lingtian. Although he did not hold a grudge against Duan Lingtian, he did not want to miss the opportunity to defeat Duan Lingtian. For this reason, they had engaged in a duel earlier. During this duel, Duan Lingtian did not rely on the 5 divine elements. Instead, he relied on the 6 profundities from the law of space that he had just comprehended to defeat Ling Juyin. Since Ling Juyin had comprehended 8 profundities from the law of metal, Duan Lingtian was unable to face Ling Juyin head-on. However, with the teleportation profundity, no matter how Ling Juyin attacked, he could not touch Duan Lingtian at all. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of space was far inferior to Ling Juyin's comprehension of the law of metal. For this reason, although Duan Lingtian was able to teleport behind Ling Juyin many times and attack Ling Juyin from the back, he was still blocked by Ling Juyin. For this reason, both of them could not do anything to each other. After a while, Ling Juyin finally stopped since he knew it was meaningless to continue. Moreover, if he continued, his celestial origin energy would be depleted before Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. Although their cultivation bases were the same, Duan Lingtian had used more profundities from the law of space. Therefore, his celestial origin energy was depleted much faster than Duan Lingtian. If this continued, he would be the one to lose in the end. For this reason, Ling Juyin took the initiative to stop the duel. "Do you really plan to stay in the Jade Emperor Heaven and not return?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Ling Jueyun. After all, he had discussed this with Ling Jueyun before they left Tianji City for the Jade Emperor Heaven. He planned to return to the Southern Heaven Territory and the Simplicity Celestial Sect in the Spirit Overarching Heaven. On the other hand, Ling Jueyun planned to stay in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Yes, Ling Jueyun nodded. The Cloud Platform Celestial Sect isn't as good to me as the Simplicity Celestial Sect is to you. Moreover, it doesn't make much difference to me whether I stay in the Jade Emperor Heaven or the Spirit Overarching Heaven. For this reason, I don't plan to return to the Spirit Overarching Heaven. Initially, Duan Lingtian found it difficult to understand why Duan Lingtian insisted on returning to the Simplicity Celestial Sect in the Spirit Overarching Heaven. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian said he owed the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect a favor, he finally understood. If it were not for the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman given to him by the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to leave the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate alive and obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Lingtian truly owed him a great favor. Actually, you can return with me. In the future, when we join the profound Nether Mansion, we'll be able to look out for each other. Duan Lingtian tried to persuade Duan Lingtian. I don't want to return to the Jade Emperor Heaven because the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect didn't do much for me. I'll be able to repay them in the future. However, the main reason is because of you. Ling Jueyun said. Me? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Yes. Ling Jueyun nodded. Then he said proudly, I know we'll be able to look out for each other if I return to the Spirit Overarching Heaven with you. However, I don't want to be relieved. I want to grow stronger under pressure. I don't want to delay the enmity of my clan for too long. A hint of determination could be heard in Ling Jueyun's voice when he spoke. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.